Hello and welcome to day 2 of the Champions Showdown in St. Louis. The players are playing Chess 960. We are your hosts for the day. My name is Fiona Stahl-Anthony and I'm delighted to be joined by Grandmaster Irina Crush. Irina, how are you today?
I'm doing great, Fiona. I'm already busy trying to understand this position that is before us. This is the second day of Fisher Random Chess at the St. Louis Chess Club where Hikaru is playing. And in the first round, he's actually playing against Linear Dominguez with the black pieces. I see Linear is analyzing certain things there with his partner. I couldn't tell who that is, but okay, let's try to make sense of this position, Fiona. We got the king pretty much on his castled square. So it's actually interesting. It's not really that hard to castle him. You just have to move the knight somewhere and then the rook jumps over and you're already in a kingside castled position. I think that is probably a lot more likely than trying to clear out
everything.
Yeah, clear everything and go towards the queen side. So, okay, castling, as opposed to how it was yesterday, it actually seems fairly easy. Now, what do we have? Well, we have the unusual position of the queen in the side of the board.
Yeah, which will be looking straight down at the castle king.
Right. That's why I think a lot of the players have been looking at some sort of fianchettos. Right. So b6, maybe even b5 to go bishop b7. Certainly, I think, some people are looking at this move for white. Yeah, on the first move, just opening up queen, taking some space.
I thought yesterday, I think it was Nepo in his interview who said, I think Christian asked him, how do you go on about, how do you evaluate before when you get the position? And he said something like, well, basically you just check if e4 works and then you start calculating, which I thought was interesting, that no matter which position they get, the first thing that he at least seems to do is see if e4 is a move and if it works.
Well, that's a great insight, Fiona. And I have to say that I also have come to that conclusion despite not being very experienced in Fisher Random. But even from seeing the games yesterday, I mean, I definitely felt like the default is take the center. Yeah. Right. And so I do see Linear looking at this kind of position, right? So it's actually quite relevant as he's going to be playing Hikaru. And somehow the players, what they were looking at, I know there was a trade of these pawns. I'm not exactly sure how that happened. And then basically, white going like d4, knight e3, or knight g3. Okay, so e4, quite possible. Yeah, I think it was something like this, right? So there's going to be like a b6 move. Then, well, actually, I don't know how you're ever going to get your pawn there, even if you attack and I go knight c3. Seems a little tricky to get that trade in. So e4, I think, is actually, well, it's a very sensible move for white. Yeah, it kind of opens the rook, it takes the center.
Yeah, also then the knight can maybe jump out to e3, and as you mentioned, then we're ready for castling. I think e3 makes a lot of sense. I like the b4 as well, just opening the queen immediately, but I think e4 is actually very likely.
Yeah, Svidler is analyzing with Gary as yesterday. And I think they're looking more at this b4 move.
Are you sure?
Actually, no, right now they're looking at e4, e5, wait, e4. No, now they started looking at d4. Okay.
But they were, I think you're right, they were looking at some e4, e5.
Like some things like this they were looking at.
Yeah.
Right now, giving up a pawn, but that's probably not going to happen. Yeah, they were looking at e4, e5. And then, okay, let's say knight e3, right? It's interesting, like, for how long can black hold the symmetry in these positions, right? Like, it's like the same question as in chess.
I think, as you said, also, I mean, d5 is a pawn push that we would really like to play, but it seems so incredibly difficult. And there we see again Lenier with Fabi. They also have a pawn on e4. They somehow have a knight on d4. I'm not sure how that got there, but it looks like e4 is what most of the, and interestingly enough, Shah and Aliweza, I guess they're also discussing the position, but away from the board.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see the pairs actually. Like you see Wesley with Nepo. I mean, it worked pretty well for them yesterday. Fabi was analyzing with Aronian yesterday. Now he's with Lanier, and I don't really see where Aronian is. You know, Gary is still with Peter.
We haven't seen Hikaru.
Hikaru is on his own. He's like a lone wolf kind of guy for this. And yeah, Ali Reza seems to be talking to Shaq. So yeah, quite interesting.
But have you seen Hikaru?
Yeah, I did see Hikaru. He's sitting in the chair with his coffee.
Yeah. Okay. Someone is asking, are those Crocs that Alireza that we got the close up of?
I don't think they're Crocs. I think they're Yeezys,
I think they're
right?
Yeezys, yeah.
Well, they do kind of look like Crocs. They really do. I don't know. It's a strange looking shoe.
I know. It's a shoe that you'd never catch me wear. I know, you know, it's all the rage and all that, but no thanks, not for me. I think maybe we're just, can I say that? Are we too old? I feel we're too old for those shoes. Maybe not the Crocs, but the Yeezys. I don't know if we can pull them off. Or do you think we can?
Yeah, I'm sure we can pull them off, but you know. There's Hikaru, he's walking around with his coffee. Okay, Gary's still analyzing with Peter, and I just want to understand what they are looking at. Let's see if I can get a better look. No, that didn't work. Okay. So 93. Okay, let's say if I keep following you and go 96. What's going to happen here? I mean, at some point, you got to let the queen out. So let me just try some b3 move. It attacks the pawn.
What do I do? I don't know if I go knight c6. I'm a little bit worried that at some point my queen is going to be too stuck on a8 so yeah, I probably prefer you move d6.
And white can now actually castle if he wants. I think it doesn't let me do it on the analysis board, but it's a possibility.
Yeah. By the way, we see that Hikaru and Lenier have sat down at the board. They are both looking very focused. I saw you and Benjamin's, I saw parts of the interview with Hikaru last night talking about the shirt. I also like the shirt today a lot. I don't know if we'll get more info on what that is, but I like, you know, the colors, the pattern. Lenier looks extremely focused.
Yeah, and so Lanier, he was analyzing with Fabi.
Yeah.
Let's see. Well, let's see how many of the players wind up playing e4. I mean, per Nepo's suggestion, and Nepo
maybe all of them. What do you think?
It's possible. I mean, I don't know. I feel like Kasparov might go for b4 or something if he's white. Let me see what color he is. Kasparov is white. No, he went for d4.
d4, okay.
Okay, so we have Wesley going for e4, right? So Wesley analyzing with Nepo. There's like that influence of Nepo. Dominguez, I don't see a move on the board yet. I guess he is.
I think we just need to switch to the events page on your browser, right?
Okay, yes. Let's take a look. So we got Dominguez,
and we'll just
playing b3.
Yeah, perfect. b3, wow.
Wow. So we actually have a variety. So Wesley and Nepo both played e4, right? Okay, the way we thought. Then Svidler going d4 and b3, which is really interesting because it seems like the computer really doesn't like that set of moves. I just want to go for a second to see if I can understand why. Svidler is playing Aronian, and somehow whoa, like
What?
it's very strange to me, but why does he hate this so much for white? I mean,
he really
admittedly,
hates it. -4. What the hell is that?
why? Yeah, that seems really weird. Maybe that's a strange evaluation because
Maybe it's
I just don't
broken.
understand why it would give that evaluation in Black's favor. Yeah, it doesn't that didn't make sense. Okay. I mean,
Let's go back just to see, what did the engine say? H5.
yeah, but I mean, why? No, there's just no way. I actually think something is going wrong here. There's just no way.
It must be broken.
Yeah,
Surely it's broken.
that's not the real evaluation. I mean, I could say like maybe you can argue that D4 and B3 is not the strongest. I mean,
Yeah.
but you
Yeah,
can't say
because
that it's
also after
losing.
D5, it also said white was completely winning, right? Which also can't be correct.
Yeah, so let's go back now. Oh, so Gary wound up playing D4. Always interesting to see what he does on the first move. All right, but now we're gonna go to Naka's game. And Naka is like an English opening type of position. Wait, oh no. This is the regular chessboard. We got to fix that. Hold on. Sometimes chess.com does that. Let me see. Okay, now we have the right position. There we go, with the pieces in the right place. Okay, so B3, E5. Yeah, so Naka follows the central strategy. I like that. Oh, D6, sure. Protect the pawn, and C4. So this is like an English opening, right? C4, E5, and knight G6. Interesting. Now, there is a very interesting suggestion here of the computer that maybe we could consider, Fiona, and try to understand, because
Let's have a look.
yeah, like this is real like Banco Gambit style that Hikaru could have played, but didn't. So I'm still trying to understand why that's so good. I mean, like, are you just gonna play A6 after they take the pawn? Are you gonna, I mean, I assume you're gonna play A6. It's very
It's weird because it feels like the bishop on C8 is kind of looking good along that long diagonal, that open diagonal. So I'm curious.
yeah, I think, well, this move is certainly possible, and it's just really interesting how you can mix. I mean, in Fisher Random, what a rare thing, Fiona. Like, you can mix an English opening with a Banco Gambit, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing like that, because this is like a pure Banco Gambit idea. Sacking the B pawn, and this is just what computer is suggesting, like playing something like this, and thinking that Black has good compensation with the center. I mean, nothing really specific. But yeah, I mean, that would be like a lot of creativity, I have to say. Like, if I saw someone like play B5 and just sack the pawn like that, I would be, super impressed.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, B5 really, really interesting. I think Hikaru's move also makes a lot of sense. Knight G6. We talked about how that king is so close to being able to castle. So if he wants to, on the next move, he could bring the rook over and just say, okay, I've castled. And Linier responded with he continues, well, he plays in the center now with D4.
Right. So Hikaru's ready for that move because his pawn is protected. So he technically doesn't have to really respond to this D4 move. Well, I would say castle's pretty good. He might just do that.
By the
I
way,
actually feel like he will, yeah.
Just one answer. Tris Leches in the chat was asking, what is the time control? Since we haven't talked about that yet, the time control is, if I'm not mistaken, 20 minutes plus 5 seconds per move. So a rapid game, I would say. A rapid time control.
Yeah, it's a nice fast time control, giving the players just enough time to think a little bit, craft their strategies, but also going to give us some exciting time scrambles at the end. Is it 20 plus 10? No, I think it's 25. Quite sure it's only a 5-second increment, guys. So Hikaru is still thinking, right? So my prediction is castles. Like, can he do something else? Well, he's definitely not going to take, take the pawn. That just makes no sense. It just opens up the bishop and queen. Can he do a move like that? I also don't really like that because it plays into d5. I doubt that he's going to do it. So, I mean, I think castle.
What about knight c6? Is there anything to be said for knight c6?
I think so. I think it's possible, but you know, they're going to play d5. So then your knight's going to have to go there. And the question is, I mean, was that really essential? I feel like not. Yeah.
He's gone e4, interestingly.
I mentioned, that move. I didn't think he was going to do that because I kind of thought that allowing white to play d5 and then you have a problem with this pawn, you have to basically go knight e5. Like you might get into some trouble with this e4 pawn. Right. It is a big responsibility, guys, to take that level of space. And meanwhile, don't forget your queen is still stuck in the corner. I would say that white's queen is obviously a bit more in play at this point. So yeah, e4, and he did play d5. Now there's really no good way to guard that pawn except knight e5, right? Like you don't want to play ugly moves like pawn f6. So this is Hikaru's concept, but all right. Well, let's see what does black dream about. Black dreams about castling, playing pawn f5, knight d7,
and getting the queen out.
Yeah, the queen is going to be like the last piece of the puzzle. Interesting.
Can we get the queen out via the a file? Try and play a5, a4.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky though. I do think that this queen is going to be a big question mark for quite a while. See, it's interesting that Hikaru said that yesterday in the interview. He was saying one of the issues is that when you're not doing well, you take more risks to win. Right. And that might explain why he didn't just go for castles. Like maybe he didn't want to just castle. Yeah, there we go. Because he thought this was like too symmetric, right? I mean, sure, like you're probably fine, but perhaps he didn't think that this was that interesting. And so he's trying to take more risk to win. I mean, undoubtedly e4 is like a more ambitious move. The problem is that it can also backfire a bit, but I think Hikaru feels like that he needs, he can't just play equal positions like this. Yeah, that's my guess. And he wants to make it more complicated against Linear, who tends to take a lot of time as well.
And I think, it's a double-edged approach, of course, but I completely get it. I mean, Hikaru, for those of you who weren't here yesterday, he started with 1 out of 3, of course, another score, he's happy with. Linear, he's on a 50% score, and I'm with you. I think Hikaru just feels like, let me win this, let me try my best to win the first game and make up some ground the next round. He will play against Peter Svidler, who had a nightmare start yesterday, losing all 3 games. And I think time will tell. The engine, I think, doesn't necessarily approve of this, approach, but I think neither does it in a lot of classical chess and openings where you take a little bit of risk. So I don't think I like Hikaru's approach, I have to say.
Oh, good, Fiona. I knew we could count on your optimism. But here's the thing. Let me rain a little bit on the parade. The problem, like I said, with pushing the pawn is that it can become a target. So I think this is a very natural move. I mean, bring out the knight, attack the pawn. You have limited ways in how you can defend him. You can't even use your bishop because there's going to be some kind of knight g3 most likely. And so you're definitely counting on this. I mean, there's no doubt that Hikaru is counting on this move, but I think it's very much in Linier's capabilities to find f4, because you're basically using this diagonal that the knight just can't move. And it's funny because, it looks weird for the king, right? Like you think, oh, if the king's going to get checked, you're going to lose. Of course, It's not so easy to get that check. Plus, you have the bishop d4 block. Problem is the knight is hanging. And so then we transfer into this structure, which is starting to look actually more normal. And of course, you know, having the pawn there is actually a liability, right? It's quite weakening. Weakening for this square. You know, white has the space. So I can see, you know,
there's some immediate problems here.
Right, like this is a threat, right? And like if you try to stop it, this is too hilarious because I see one of the recommendations here.
I heard that last night.
Yeah, you heard me. I told him don't allow any exchange sacks. But look at this. There's an exchange sack possible in this position. It's pretty wild one, I would say. So, but I guess the G7 pawn is very vulnerable, and so is that pawn. And if you get one of those, you'll have two pawns for the exchange. It's a lot of compensation. But it's interesting. It could go in this. It could go in this direction, I suppose. And Linear.
The good news is, Linear hasn't played knight d2. So let's go back and let's see. So
he played knight d3, which is
also
fine. I mean, it's okay. Similar idea. Now, sometimes you have like more ideas of going there, but I guess not really in this position because f4 is always annoying, right? Sometimes we have this idea of like getting them to double their pawns, but the problem is they're not going to double their pawns. They're just going to use that diagonal. All right. So
what's the difference in this line if we go f5 now?
The difference is that I think we take and we can take an f3. Yeah, you see, you can't quite play here because your rook is going to hang to discovered attack, right? So when you go f4 and I take, you can't take like this because of the tactic. Now, when you had developed your knight, you'd be able to take back there with your knight and protect your rook. But here you're losing this guy. And that's a problem. So that means that still you want to develop, right? Like something like knight d2. But then, I mean, you have to consider e3. I mean, I'm sure Hikaru will think about...
By the way, sorry, Irina, to interrupt you, but I can't take my eyes off the camera because Hikaru really is going all out here. He has not castled. He has responded to Linier's short castle by playing h5.
Wow. Okay, let's take a look. So basically after f5, Linear castled. Okay, makes sense. I mean, he wants to go f4. Pretty obvious. Now that the rooks are connected. So Hikaru goes h5. Wow. Wow. He wants to just target that knight, huh? Just go h4. Okay. But now that move, okay. Seems to be a bit of a problem. And then he just sacks the g7 pawn because he kind of has to. I mean, he can't really afford to just take and like open up White's rook over here. I mean, White's harmony here, I mean, does seem a lot better because this queen is just totally trapped. Yeah, there's some interesting lines here. But basically, like if you attack the knight, you know, the funny thing is the knight can even just go there, which seems a bit extravagant, but given the fact that when you take it, you're stuck in this awful pin and White is just crashing through on that square and you don't have any developments. Yes, it's quite good for White. So Hikaru goes for knight g4, just allowing Linear to take that pawn, which
he didn't do. Very interesting.
Oh, he didn't do it. Wow.
He didn't do it.
Oh, what, man. It's like I don't understand anything. Okay.
By the way, sorry, Irina, I just want to say a warm welcome to everyone coming over to us from chess.com. I think Aman and Dania were there doing the chess.com Global Championship coverage. So welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for coming over. We are looking at the St. Louis Champions Showdown, where Hikaru in this round 4, day 2 has just started. So you guys are coming in just in time. Hikaru has this very, very interesting position against Linear Dominguez.
Yeah, I mean, so now let's try to figure out why Lanier didn't take that pawn, right? Because taking the pawn attacks the rook. Then the rook would move. Then the bishop would move here to control e3. And so now, of course, I guess what Lanier didn't like was that. And he probably believed Hikaru that this was dangerous for him. Although I would say that still doesn't look that bad for white, who can just kind of go e3 next and then eventually try to get the knight out. I don't know. It does look like white for the moment is up a pawn. And sorry about that noise, guys, from the outside. I just can't control these poor drivers.
And also, I'm sorry, but I see a lot of people in the chat like, I don't know why our live position. Can we just go to the live position once on our analysis board to see what's happening?
Yeah, e3.
Yeah, but somehow that's not the position on the live board.
H4, knight h1. This is the live position, right? Knight of 6. Here it is.
Okay, I think it's all good now. Yeah, I think it's all good now. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So, well, we'll try to keep up with the live board, guys. So going back for a second just to see what's going on. After knight g4, Lanier decided not to take the pawn. He went e3. Hikaru goes h4. Well, I think that's nice that Hikaru manages to not lose that pawn. And then Hikaru goes back because I guess he is expecting h3. So he figures I might as well just go back. So this knight c3, and this is the current position on the board with Hikaru thinking. Okay. So knight c3. Yeah, I mean, I think Hikaru has succeeded in creating a really interesting game. I would not be surprised, Fiona, if at some point in this game we saw the move g5. It's a little tricky to do right now. We shouldn't forget that black can still technically castle, but there's really no point because, well, the rook on h8 is fine.
Yeah, I think now that he's gone h5 and h4, it's very unlikely that he will castle.
Players are quite even on the clock. And the question, I guess, for me is what he's planning to do with that queen. Because white's queen is already fairly open, right? With that fianchetto, the diagonal. But what is our queen doing?
That's a great question.
Okay, so he was obviously trying to head towards that square, but the knight from f2 controls it. Will he be playing a move like c6? Or will he be doing like a6 and queen a7 to get the queen out? I think c6 is likely, Fiona, because I think he also needs to fix this bishop.
Yeah, I was just gonna say actually that I like a6 and getting the queen to a7.
All right, Ukraine 1 asks, can you castle long and push g5? Well, that's really interesting. I mean, I would love to do that in a way, Ukraine, but for that we need to get both bishops out of the way. I mean, obviously, if you want to attack on the king side, you also want to make sure your queen can help out. Otherwise, no attack is going to work. And quite honestly, it's actually very tricky to play this move because let's actually not forget about this maneuver. So I think the plan, okay, I mentioned this move. I said I wouldn't be surprised if it happens. I also wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't. But I understand Hikaru's move, and I think this is about developing the bishop, undermining white's space a little bit, and eventually letting out the queen. So I rather like it.
Yeah, c6, and we see Dominguez in the tank. We see Hikaru, I think, for the first time in this game, having gotten up from the board. I think Hikaru is happy because he got what he wanted, a double-edged position, something unlike what we showed earlier, which is, a few pieces being swapped off and symmetrical position. So I think he will be
Yeah,
very happy.
I agree. And I'm looking at the other positions on the board. At least some of them have gotten to be. Oh, maybe we should just take a quick look at the game Nepo versus Caruana, because Nepo is our leader, and he seems to not be doing that great against Bobby. So if we just take a quick look at this, what transpired. So Nepo trapped the rook in. Well, he's down in exchange, so I guess he was hoping to recapture it. Then this trade happened, and then he took. And now, okay, if black takes, white takes, that's what white is hoping for. But there is an annoying intermediate move, queen a7, that apparently doesn't leave us with that many good options for how to defend this.
Yeah.
Wow. So let's take a look. I mean, because that is a nasty, nasty threat. The problem is if you go rook e2, it's going to get attacked by the bishop, and then you're going to lose your bishop on f8. So you basically have to use your queen in some way. Now, look at this problem. They don't take the bishop. They just want to play rook d8, queen c2, bishop d3, and finally force you off of defending this pawn.
This looks really, really awful for Jan.
Yeah, well,
but Fabi didn't find queen a7.
He didn't. Wow. Did he just take back? Oh, well, that's what Jan was hoping for.
Yeah.
Still queen d8. There's still actually an initiative as he goes for that knight and wants to get the queen in there. But of course, Nepo's not going to take the knight. He's not going to be giving up this knight. This knight's going to move. And I guess Nepo is down a pawn, so it's not awesome by any means. It doesn't look great, although he does have a really good knight. Yeah, and he needs to find this type of move with counterplay on the c file.
But it's a pity he missed queen a7, because also one thing that concerns me is Nepo, as always, has played incredibly fast. Fabi is down to 5 minutes only. And it feels like if he isn't super accurate here, that the position could turn around quite quickly.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. Well, actually, yeah, big time edge for Nepo. That is positive sign for him. He's our tournament leader with 3 out of 3, so it's kind of a relevant game. But we are going to take a look at what Dominguez has just played against Hikaru's c6. So c6, he played bishop e2, connecting the queen and the rooks. That's fine. Bishop b6 and queen c1 because this pawn was under attack. So the question, I think, is still for Hikaru, what about the queen? Now, the problem is I really want to go like a6 and queen a7, but of course you're going to go like knight a4 very soon. You're going to start pushing my bishop to a7. But I mean, that seems all right.
Is there any way I can put pressure on d5? What if I take on d5, how do you recapture?
Well, I would say taking with the knight, actually, because why? Oh, is that what happened on the board? Yeah, and actually he did take with the knight because that frees up the bishop.
That's hilarious, actually, the timing of how that happened.
I know, right? We just started talking about it. So, okay, so there was a trade. And Well, the problem for black, I was gonna say that the problem is that they can't really put the knight there, but maybe I'm just wrong about that actually, because it's a very untraditional thing to do to let them take your knight and just double your pawns like that. But actually, I think that is what Hikaru is gonna do. I think that's the novel take on the position, is that you can
He
improve
has
your knight.
actually he has actually played it already. If we look at the camera.
Ah, nice. Okay. So that's a big move for black to be able to do, because I guess the point is if they take, despite the fact that your king looks kind of horrendous, because the center is totally closed, they can't really get to it, right? Because if you notice, D file closed, E file closed, F file closed, and okay, C file is not very relevant for white's usage. And you're basically just going to go king on F7, bishop on D7, maybe bring over the rook, maybe bring over the queen to D7. I mean, I love that idea, and it just so. I mean, okay, he didn't take the knight, Dominguez, yeah, unsurprisingly, but yeah, that's a really cool concept by Hikaru to just allow that capture to take place. But Dominguez plays queen D2. Queen D2, okay, just a normal move. And Hikaru played A6. I mean, I suppose bishop D7 also looks very normal to me. But he wants queen A7, right? Let's not forget about that idea.
Is queen A7 already a threat here? Or not? White can still defend E3 in multiple ways, right?
Yeah, you can still move this bishop out of the way, I guess. So yeah, I like that where he's taking the game. I have to say, Fiona, like I just totally agree with you, like about his approach to the game seems quite good, right? Which is that you got to take risk to win. I think that Hikaru has always been good at doing that, right? I mean, he is more willing to take risk than I would say than a lot of players.
For sure, and I think today he also he has to, if he wants to, you know, it's only 1/3 of the tournament is gone, so there is still chance for a big turnaround. But if he wants to try and win the tournament or get a podium finish, he just has to start winning games. And I think, you know, as awful then as that may sound, you also kind of choose your targets a little bit. And I think those first two games today, absolutely no offense to Lenier or to Peter Svidler, but we saw Lenier struggle a bit during the Rapid and Blitz, which we commentated together before the Singfield Cup. And we saw Peter struggle yesterday. So I think it makes sense. There is something going on, Clyde 2 times. You're absolutely right. There's something going on with my mic. I will fix it during the first break. It's not something I can fix now. So I don't actually.
I can hear you really well, Fiona.
But on the call, do I sound normal? I think I just
sound
my
normal, yeah.
voice sounds very low. I think my voice is gonna be fixed during the break.
MC Escher says take on D5. He got real excited about that. But I can tell you, MC, like it's unlikely to work out well because you'd be stepping into a pin, right? So probably tactically, we just can't take that pawn. So knight takes D5, bishop C4, and you're going to wind up losing a piece here because after bishop takes, I can just take, and free piece for white. So of course, Hikaru didn't want to take that poisoned pawn, and instead he played queen A7. Very logical move, I would say. Okay, I think this trade's gonna happen on B6. I mean, Lenier is not gonna allow black to take, I think. Yeah, I mean, Hikaru, like the problem is, despite all of Hikaru's efforts, is that white's position is still very solid, and that's the only issue here. Ooh, hold on.
What did you see?
This move was a mistake, right? Rook, and we got to figure out why, Fiona. So why is this rook D1 an absolutely hated move by the computer? I mean, I have to admit, I don't know off the bat, so we need to think a little bit about that.
It's funny when we see the first move by the engine, but it doesn't immediately help. It's just like
Yeah, I'm making sure not to look. Okay, Hikaru
yeah.
took. I'm still trying to get it. Like, what's going
It's
on?
great news though.
Is he gonna win this pawn? I mean, is he gonna go like b5, bishop b7? Is this pawn in trouble, or what's going
Or
on,
is
Fiona?
e3 could no, I can't get to e3.
Wow, like I'm just shocked that the computer evaluates this position as so bad for white. But I guess it's just a C file. I guess it's that this pawn is weak. You're probably going to go king f7, king e7. So you could take it at your leisure without getting pinned. And then you're going to take the fight to the C file. And I mean, you're basically saying, hey, your knight's really bad in f2. Wow. So that was it. It wasn't anything dramatic. It's just losing kind of because it trades the queens. Ah, I get it, Fiona. So the white queen is actually an important defender somehow. Ah, and look at that. When it's the middle game, then black has to worry a bit more about their king as well, right? They're not just free to do like king f7, bring the king out. You got to worry about knight h3, knight g5, big idea. So Lanier actually made a big positional mistake, which is really not obvious. I mean, it's not obvious that like by protecting the bishop and allowing the queen trade, oh, that the end game is so bad. Like I was thinking, like, where's the blunder? But there
I
is no
know.
blunder.
I think when the evaluation jumps so much, we always look for tactics or for something immediate, but no, that wasn't the case here. And I mean, I'm so surprised at how big a mistake this was by Lanier.
Yeah. I mean, after rook c1, he's just going to go king f7 and rook c8, right? And just two issues here, c file and d pawn. Wow. Well, that's great news. I mean, Hikaru is going to get rewarded for, I mean, first of all, he's going to get rewarded for this decision, a couple of decisions that he made in this game. I just want to remind you guys how Hikaru started all of this by playing e4, to keep the position more complex, not allow the trade of pawns on e5. And another really amazing decision that I think that he made was this like h5, right? Avoiding castling, which he could have done. He went h5 and then winds up sacrificing this pawn, which Lanier was decided not to take.
Do you think he trusted Hikaru too much here?
Yeah. Yeah. He trusted him too much, but you got to take some risks to win games, right? So that's what Hikaru is doing. And
Yeah.
I think he's going to get rewarded. He's now got a 2-minute advantage. He's got the better position by a lot. And yeah, I mean, what is he thinking about? King f7, rook c7. I mean, okay, that's what he's thinking about, right? He's thinking about that rook move, but maybe we can just go. I mean, we can go rook b8, I would say, and then rook c.
Wait, I think he went rook c8 because on the camera it looks like the rooks have come off.
Because you could do something like that, Fiona, protect the pawn and then challenge that rook. Maybe that was the best strategy. He went, okay, so we're actually still looking. I don't see his move in the live position, but you said you saw it on the camera, yeah?
I saw it on the camera, yeah. I see the chat is also going crazy, guys. I think it's
I see his king is on f7 in the camera.
But I think now the moves are there, no?
Okay.
Can we just can we refresh?
Yeah, king f7, right. He did play that move. There we go. Oh, okay, right. Because rook c7 didn't happen. But yeah, we were saying that rook b8 could have been an interesting response to that. Knight d1, rook c8. Okay, makes sense. Trade. Lanier is going to be in trouble, right? Okay, so his hope is that Hikaru is going to take, so he can take with the pawn and protect d5 and like make a draw like that. So that is the big intention. Now black is still better here, but that is maybe, I mean, still interesting ideas for black. I wouldn't say you can't try to win.
I see Irina, the chat. I didn't want to ask because I was worried I was missing something obvious, but the chat is also wondering, why can't we take e5?
Yeah, so maybe I think he's planning, so he's sacking the pawn in order to do rook c8, bishop c8, bishop c4, bishop e6, and take. I think he's going for this endgame, Fiona, where yes, black does win a pawn and the pin is broken. But now you have bishop and a lot of light squared pawns against the knight. Now, the extra pawn you have is a backwards pawn. So the question is, are you going to be able to make it relevant before, I don't know, you can go anywhere, before they do this? And you see, I don't think Hikaru is going to be going for that because chances of winning this endgame, I think, are pretty small. The knight is going to be excellent on that outpost. And the bishop is just not going to have that many targets because like all these pawns can go to dark squares eventually. So yeah, I think Hikaru, he just played.
I think that's a really good explanation because it seems so tempting to just take the pawn, but then when you see the resulting endgame, it's like, oh, no thanks.
Yeah. So why is black so much better here? Asks Bly Pope. All right. Why is black better? Because of this pawn being a target, right? It's separated from the other pawns. Black is already having his eye on taking it. And if you put your rook on the 7th, the king comes over, can actually easily get rid of the rook. Plus this pawn is a target. So really, it comes down to just one thing. It's about that pawn. And black wants to capture it without getting into like, you know, bishop, just bishop versus knight scenario where white can then defend.
Absolutely. And for those wondering about the scores, you can actually see the scores right next to Irina there on the on Irina's left-hand side. Those are the scores after 3 rounds, and this is round 4 that we are looking at, the first game of the day.
Yeah,
Hikaru looks so confident.
Oh yeah, he doesn't even need to look at the board anymore. He's got 4 minutes, twice as much time as Lanier. Yeah, that's a good line that MC pointed out, that you know, in this situation the rook just gets trapped. Yeah, unfortunately you cannot keep the rook on the 7th that you would like. And yeah, I know I got to stay with the live position, guys. That is indeed something I get lost with the analysis. So I'll try to do.
But I like it. I mean, you're so passionate. Even when I was watching last night, you know, I like it. You know.
Yeah, completely lost in the analysis. Okay. Oh yeah. So he just made 5 moves already. Okay. So now knight c3, king e7. Okay. So Lanier defended the pawn. Okay. Now his knight's not going to be able to move anymore. This rook is also actually in some danger. Like already you can see that it can get attacked. And I think that's what Hikaru is preparing. Like he's definitely got his eyes on that idea. And in fact, that's what happened. So Lanier played a4. Hikaru went there. Okay, Hikaru is not going to trap the rook, but he is going to play b4 and win this pawn. So rook c7, we can expect. And then, oh, okay, well, we didn't get that. He plays rook d4.
So he's trying to hold on to the pawn for now.
Makes sense, because if you go b4, then knight a2, and then you actually lose that pawn. So we don't want to do that. So Hikaru needs to find rook c8. Yeah, very, very findable. You'll see, guys. It's not going to be too hard for him. Now, the idea is based on a short calculation, right? Which is that they can't take your pawn because of rook c1. Wait, sorry. Is it rook c1? Maybe, I mean, I was thinking you can't go there and you can't go there because you lose, you wind up losing the knight. They could go king f2. Yeah, okay. Black is still winning. With
because you have knight c4 in the end and e3 drops, right?
Yeah, like something even like that maybe looks pretty good. Or rook g1, you can take all of those pawns and queen the h pawn. Yeah, that's actually the most effective, is that this pawn is the real target. But Hikaru, yeah,
And
he finds
Hikaru
rook
has
c8.
gone, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, because I think also I should really point out that there's rook c2, isn't there? I mean, rook c2 is also another very pleasant option. So Hikaru is going to have that choice. And yeah, he's actually facing this choice right now.
Mm-hmm. And only 30 seconds on the clock for Linear. I think this one is very close to being over.
Yeah, Hikaru's got it. Is probably in his shark mode at this point, right? He's not letting go of his prey.
He keeps turning around. I wonder who's sitting behind him because
Yeah,
there seems
rook
there's
g1
something going
Hikaru.
on.
Yeah, look at that. He just saw that instantly. Actually, everything that we talked about, he gave the check. The king moved up. He traded, got the next check, one move for white, and then he finds this. And yeah, this is very painful pawn to lose because you're losing that one and that one as well. And I do think Hikaru is going to start the day off well.
Absolutely. I wouldn't even be surprised to see Linier resign here because I just don't see how he even
It's
plays
painful.
on.
It's painful to lose all these pawns. Yeah. I mean, I guess rook h2. I think you just got to count on the h pawn to do the job. That's the easiest pawn to promote.
And we see the G pawn has dropped now.
Oh
Will
no,
Hikaru
Gary
take?
Kasparov loses to Ali Reza Firuzia. This is so sad. This is another player I'm rooting for, Fiona. I know
Gary, yeah?
you're not that surprised by that probably,
No.
but 0 out of 4 is like not a good way to start.
Yeah, and I mean for Firuza, it's can he win a third tournament, in St. Louis this summer? He's already won the Rapid and Blitz. He's won the Sinkfield Cup. Can he make it 3 out of 3? We'll see.
Yeah, well, Nepo, it depends on what Nepo does, but Nepo seems to finally not be losing, which is big for him because Caruana has 2.5 out of 3. Nepo had 3 out of 3. So that was a big game for Nepo to try to save.
Hikaru is still thinking, meanwhile.
Yeah, because he has many moves here, right? He can start with that instead of taking any of the pawns. He can start with that. He can start with that. I mean, all of those moves win. So I told like maybe he'll even do that one to put the knight on f3 and then just lead up the pawn. I mean, I'm not surprised he's thinking here because it's just such a choice that you need to make. Sometimes even when you have good choices, it takes time to make them.
Yeah, sometimes it's difficult when you're winning and that pretty much, all the moves are winning. And it just gets confusing. But there he goes. He's taken with the rook. And
yeah, I guess he's like he might just be going this way so that he doesn't lose that pawn with check because I guess black can now make a few checks and maybe he doesn't want to put the king there or there. I think he's probably going to g8 or because if he goes to g6, well, he could go there. There's a check. Yeah, he's trying to go this way. And I think on this move, watch king h7 happen. I think it's going to happen. He doesn't want to like allow this. He doesn't want to allow this idea of bishop g6 and rook h8 back rank mate. So he stops it.
Yeah, there he goes.
And now probably just h3 or you might want to, he wants to go there and check. So Hikaru needs to go there and take pawn and guard that square with the rook.
I okay, he goes knight f6. Just hitting the bishop.
Yeah, just he's gonna push up this pawn.
Linier down to his final seconds.
Yeah.
But time really doesn't matter at this point. The h pawn is just going to decide this game in a second.
So king there and then knight in to threaten the checkmate. That's what's going to happen. Because if he doesn't go king g1, then this just wins. Yep. All right.
That's it.
Rook, yeah. And they're resetting the pieces. That was a very, very clean, confident win by Hikaru.
Yeah,
We
very
want to
nice
see more of
game.
that. You know, I think he just took my advice, right? As long as he avoids those exchange sacks, you he didn't. I don't think he thought it was very valuable advice when I offered it yesterday. But that's really all he needs to do. Okay, yeah, you guys are happy and celebrating his win. Yeah, that was a really good game. So hopefully that's just
Fantastic, indeed.
going to augur a better day today.
Shall we have a look at the end of Jan Nepomniachtchi against Fabiano Caruana?
Yeah. All right, Nepo in right now in a night end game. I mean, he's certainly out of danger completely, but I guess this is just a total draw.
Mm-hmm.
And Svidler, let's take a look at Svidler, Aronian. Okay, this one looks a bit more lively.
It's a bit more live, yeah.
Yeah, Svidler has more time. He's also trying to weave some sort of mating nets that get around this king, but of course, a draw is still by far the likeliest result here.
Yeah, can we start pushing the pawn?
Yeah, you can push it because I can't take it, right? Because of the
Yeah,
little
I have the
fork.
fork.
So you push, I go there. And then you got to try to get your knight to g6. But the problem, okay, I think that makes sense, right? Like here, here, and get in the knight for a checkmate. But the problem is these endless checks. The black is going to start. And like if you try to run away, this is the issue, right? Is that like at some point you just can't go knight g6 because of rook f5 and you lose the support for your knight.
And if I run to the other side, if I try and run to h5?
Okay, wait, hold on, Fiona. Let me not get caught up with the analysis. We got some moves here which have nothing to do with what I'm showing. All right. Well, I mean, he still had that dream of going to f8, but you see the bishop is covering that. And all right, he still has some ideas with these pawns. I mean, it's still a little dangerous, but king h6, yeah. I mean, king g5, like that's just simple, right? It's gonna get played. Yeah, yeah, it's fizzling out. Bobby blundered? Whoa, whoa. Hold on. Hold your horses. He blundered.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, let's see this. How did this happen? I mean, this was impossible, right?
That's crazy.
I mean, I actually thought like white was the only one that could win because he has the outside pawn, but of course, like it was a total draw. But how did this?
I mean, oh my goodness.
Oh, he missed king a5, and he just thought that he was going to get the knight or the pawn, and apparently white is winning here. His two pawns are just leading the way. That's insane.
Wow. And the game is over.
You like that your knight just can't stop the a pawn.
Oh my god.
Like, let's just take a look at this. Let's say you remove the last pawn on the board, and then they just go a5. I mean, this is just so lucky for Nepo, right? That you just cannot, the knight, well, we know the knight is very bad at fighting against a side pawn, but that you just can't use it to stop the pawn in any way. This king is ideal, and like your knight just can't approach it. Incredible.
But you make your own luck, Irina. You make your own luck, and
I agree. But I mean, but I do feel like this was a lot of luck, right? I mean, like look at this position. I mean, okay, even like where did this come from? Like some end game like this. Yeah. Like is this what we think like usually black loses? I mean, not really. But yeah, okay. I mean, he did have
I mean, the chat is pointing out, you know, he put time pressure. Yeah. I mean, Fabi didn't have time, so you know.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. I mean, I'm not surprised that he's doing well. I just mean that's still it's a little shocking. And so if you take the pawn, there's just no way to stop this pawn, right? If I try coming from, I don't know, like this square. Hold on, let's try to figure this one out, Fiona. Right, because not every move wins here. Like if a6, there's knight d6, and then knight gets to c8. So you got to go here. Actually got to stop the knight from getting in. Huh. And the knight just doesn't get in. Wow. Look at that, guys. It's actually a really impressive kind of moment because we're always in such a hurry to promote a passed pawn. But if you hurry, you actually let your opponent get their knight in. And this is already a vastly, well, this is already a draw, like even if they just move in their king, because now their king can always protect the knight and you can never push because of knight c8. So look at that. You see how you got to take your time. Don't let the knight approach the pawn. And then, yeah, this square is not going to help them. That's pretty instructive. But Fabi played king f5 here. Yeah, well, he's going to get, yeah, you see how Nepo uses that idea, doesn't let the knight in. Problem
That
is,
was that.
yeah, his knight is just not stopping this.
Really instructive endgame. And Nippo storms continues his perfect storm. He's on 4 out of 4. Alireza is just behind on 3 points. And Hikaru is back on 50%. So guys, keep pushing, keep sending that energy. I think Irina and I are gonna take a very quick break. And we'll be back in just under 10 minutes with the next position. And we'll have a look. The games will start in 23 minutes. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back to the Champions Showdown in St. Louis. If you missed the first round, great news. Hikaru won his game with the black pieces against Linier Dominguez, and he will now be playing white against Peter Svidler. So Irina, actually we just need to we'll load the board now, and then we can take a look at the position that we also see the players analyzing. A big group of players, Wesley, Nepo, Dominguez, and someone else. I think Shach was standing behind them. Yeah. So the groups are getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, it's interesting how they've made these groups. I mean, I never knew that Wesley and Nepo were so friendly, but they seem to have formed a team.
Yeah.
But you know, it's not like they're exclusionary to the other players, right? So there's like Mamedyarov joining them, and it's fine. So they're looking at c4, c5, knight g3, something like this. Knight g3, because that pawn is hanging. Wish we could have a better angle on them. Because yeah, from the side. Okay, here we go. It's
there we go.
Yeah, g6. They're looking at c4, knight g3, knight g6, knight f3. Okay, knight out, knight's out. Okay, no, go back. They're looking at this move.
Knight f5.
Attacking the pawn. And then
those kind of moves are just so
they're analyzing
annoying.
so fast. Yeah. So basically, okay, knight g3 and knight f6. And then that way, if knight f5, I mean, knight f5 is still a move, actually. All right, then we got, they're definitely entertained by the position. Then we got Svidler and Gary looking at some capture on h2 with white setting up some big center. Hold on, let me see if I can catch that. Like,
I was just looking at Nepo looks in such a good mood. I've rarely seen him this smiley. He has every reason to be smiling, of course. He's on 4 out of 4.
Yeah, interesting. Yes. I mean, this is a direction of Gary and Peter's analysis. So they definitely are looking at d4, c5, right? So d5, yeah, okay. And then just taking the pawn. Knight f3. So the question is, can you sack the h2 pawn as white? I mean, you are getting a big center. And Gary seems to like these ideas for white. But yeah, it's not, he's not so clear, actually. Actually, there might not be enough compensation here. So it's an interesting feature of this position that the h2 pawn, I mean, these side pawns can hang so quickly.
Right? Once again had a very interesting position on the board there, yeah, where both h-pawn disappeared, and there we see Fabi with Levon. They're just having a chat, you know, no moves on the board, just but c4, c4, c5,
c4, c5, f4, f5. Wow, f4, blocking the bishop. But yeah, actually, it's one of the moves I think the computer does like. Such an unusual thing, right? Where you got the C and F pawns start the game. I kind of hope that we see this because it's a very interesting structure.
And by the way, just to answer Kyla's Lurking's question, are they practicing? What is this? So what's happening is the players get shown the position, the starting position that they are going to play. Remember, there's 960 different starting positions, and they get 15 minutes to have a look at the position that the starting position that they will be playing, and then it is their choice. Do they want to look at it on their own? Do they want to look at it at all? The players have 15 minutes to do what they want. And I think, Irina, it's quite nice to see, you know, how to see the players look at the positions together.
I totally agree. They're looking at D3, E5. I think Levon said that he really enjoys playing Fisher Random. I read an interesting quote of his that he says it's the chess players like chess.
Yeah.
That they can just enjoy themselves. Yeah, that makes sense. He's a very creative guy. That makes sense that he would enjoy this kind of chess.
And Lucas is saying, why would you share your analysis on what you could play with your opponent though? So they will only play this position once. So I don't think that two players who will actually play against each other in that round will look at it together. At least I haven't seen anyone who has. I think that might be taking things a little too far. But you can look at it with all 8 other players that you won't be facing, because you will only be looking at that position once. The next round, a new position will appear.
Yeah, I mean, the players are not analyzing with their next round's opponent. That's pretty much the only thing that we have not seen. Other than that, I mean, they seem to either work in pairs or sometimes larger groups. And I mean, there's really no way for them to hide what they're doing when they're really just supposed to be there at the playing site. Like, they're not analyzing by themselves in the bathroom. So, they can't really keep other players from watching it either, right? So it's quite an open thing. And yeah, they're just checking out ideas. Yeah.
Yeah, there is money at stake, of course, but it's not like classical chess, let's say, where players might want to hide some preparation or hide some ideas they might have. Here, it's literally just discussing chess in the wider sense, and it's nice to see the camaraderie. I think a lot of these players are on very, very good terms, and I think they are enjoying themselves in this event, and it's great to see.
Yeah, I agree. It's actually one of the fun parts, pre-game analysis that the players are doing. And they are getting ready to start their games. Actually, they've all finished their analysis. Okay, Nepo playing against Faruja, who is...
That's a big game.
Yeah, he's one of the players who likes to think by himself over the handout, on the printed handout of the position. Nepo is black, and we got Hikaru and Peter also having sat at the board. Right now, Hikaru is not there. There you go. He came back with, I guess, some water. And yeah, he has got a nice shirt on today. I agree with you, Fiona. Light navy blue.
Yeah, with the patterns. And they are off. We see a handshake there. And what's Hikaru going to open with? Let's go to the events page. Let's open the game. No pineapple shirt. Yeah, guys, Hikaru told Irina and Benjamin last night that he didn't bring it, so we won't be seeing the pineapple shirt. Hikaru opens with knight g3.
Yeah, that's interesting. Interesting also that the computer didn't really like this move, weirdly enough. You know what's really weird? Well, okay, I mean, the computer seems to favor black. That doesn't make any sense from the starting position here, right? I'm sure that's not a real evaluation, but okay, knight g3. We definitely saw these ideas of the knight coming in. The knight on the back of the board isn't so good, but you got to consider like moves like f5 by black, right? So we might see f5, f4 on the board pretty soon. And let's also just briefly touch upon what have the other players chosen. So we see Ali Reza going for like a c4 setup, Caruana going for a c4 setup, Aronian also going for c4. So interestingly, this seems to have been a pretty popular move on move 1, Fiona.
Yeah. And also, I guess knight g3 must have come as a surprise, because Peter spent a full minute on his response, knight f6. So it looks like they didn't really maybe consider knight g3. Oh,
yeah, I think Peter. Yeah, I think Peter and Gary were looking at like d4 quite a bit. And interestingly, that only Mamedyarov also decided on knight g3 against Kasparov, and Kasparov is also thinking.
Okay, so Mamedyarov was actually, he was watching the analysis that the other guys were conducting, but then sort of made up, you know, his own
Oh yeah,
mind.
Caruana and Dominguez. That one actually went along the way of c4, c5, and f4. I was hoping we would see that. And Ali Reza, they also quite far into the game. Let's see, c4, c5, knight f3 protecting the pawn, knight g3. And I think at some point he decides to take this knight, giving up the bishop pair. I don't really know why, but okay. And that's their current position. So I guess he's hoping to move the bishop and eventually castle kingside. I think that's Nepo strategy. But meanwhile, yeah, there's not so much action yet because Hikaru is thinking about what to do after knight f6.
I'm very confused by what's going on here. Seeing Peter go into the tank, you know, on move 1, but Hikaru made up his mind and he's gone for c4 after quite a serious thing.
Let me just refresh it because I didn't have that move in. Okay, I don't have c4 yet on the board, Fiona, but I guess you see that.
Yeah, on the camera.
On the camera. Okay, so c4. Interesting. Sure, that makes sense. I mean, I guess once you play c4, you can also expect black to play c5.
Do you think we're gonna go back into something symmetrical? Let's say after c5, do you think Hikaru will go knight f3 and Peter might go knight g6?
Knight f3, knight g6. Yeah, I would say, okay, after c5, what can white do? I mean, other than that, it's like a very sensible move. If you kind of get, I mean, there's probably not so much point to this move here, although you wouldn't completely count it out, I would say. But
I actually think that Hikaru won't play knight f3. Yeah, Irina, you guessed it. f4 is on the board.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Yeah, okay. So he's trying to do something more unbalanced. Yeah, that's the point. At least now black can't go f5. Right. But one of the things that I was concerned about with this move was like, can black just play in the center? Because we saw Ali Reza do something like that for white. So can black do the same kind of idea with d5? I think it makes some sense, but okay, he plays knight g6. Cool. So now the pawn's under attack. What do we do? Do we go e3? I mean, I know Hikaru's not going to take this knight. I'm very confident that's not going to happen.
He goes for e3. I was wondering if he might, you know, like in the previous game, just keep pushing the pawns, make go f5, but e3 seems more reasonable. And I guess once again, we have to ask ourselves, is d5 a move here again?
Yeah, I think Hikaru's issue in this position is this bishop, right? That's actually maybe the hardest one to solve because obviously this knight has a fine square available. This bishop, it's not actually obvious where you're going to put it, but okay, he's kind of open so he can stay like that. You're not really going to play d4 anytime soon because your f4 pawn is going to hang. So the question is he just going to go like bishop f2 and then castle kingside?
Can he go knight f3 and then h4, h5, or is that insane?
No, that's actually interesting. I mean, it does make some holes in the position. I always find it kind of like hard to just only play with pawns, you know? But yeah, in Fisher Random, like sometimes you have this chance to just disturb your opponent's harmonies. Like normally in a chess game, you wouldn't really want a position where like moving pawns like that, it would seem a bit much for the beginning of a game. But I think it's possible here. And Svidler is now in the tank, right? He's already given up 3 minutes on the clock. And he just went, I think, D6 or no, E6. Okay. So it's kind of a normal enough move, right? So now will Hikaru just play knight f3, or is there some reason why this is better? I mean, knight 1e2, I don't really see it, to be honest. Okay, I guess the point of this is that you're protecting the pawn and you have this idea of pushing. That's very unnatural. Very unnatural.
Very unnatural, yeah. I think
I feel like knight f3, yeah. But knight f3, d5. I mean, d5 must be Svidler's idea. Right? I mean, he even plays e6 to kind of bring home the point that he wants to go d5.
Yeah, and it feels like if black can never get in d5 without there being any problems, then black is happy. You know, as you say, the bishop will be standing nicely on c6. Black will be ready to castle after that.
So look at this asymmetry or imbalance, Fiona. The imbalance in the position is coming from the fact that white's pawn is here while black's pawn is going to be there. So in a way, I mean, that actually favors black, because if he does that, he's going to get the more center pawn. And so I think the danger for Hikaru in this position is that his opponent will simply move the bishop and then castle and have a nicely built up center position, right? Well, we still have issues in the center and also with this bishop. So
and we see that Hikaru he's got knight e4. So no developing that knight on g1 for now.
Yeah, see, that's kind of smart, I have to say, because he obviously understood that that was a problem. He's trying to make it inconvenient for black. I mean, it's so interesting how in the beginning of a game, you generally don't want to move the same piece in the opening twice, right? But you know why we have that rule in regular chess, Fiona? Because the pieces, once they move once, they tend to get into a good spot. But in Fischer Random, when you have a knight that starts on h1, even if you put him to g3 or something, he might not be that optimal there, right? Like, is this knight doing a whole lot from g3? No, the only thing he can do is go here, and that's what Hikaru does. Now he wants to double those pawns, so makes sense that Svidler takes. But now the good news for Hikaru is that there's no d5. So I just think he did something very clever.
Yeah, I like what he has done. I think this looks a lot more promising than the positions we were reaching from knight f3. And so Peter did what now? Peter went f5? Is that the game?
Yep, he went f5, bishop f3, and d6. Well, I think the good news is that he's discouraged black from doing that. I mean, he actually is blocking his own bishop now. Okay, obviously he wants to go bishop c6 and castles. When I say obviously, I mean I have no idea. It's actually is the other way. In general,
it's so difficult to call moves, I feel, in chess 960. It's already difficult enough in normal chess, but in chess 960 it becomes even harder.
Yeah, it's very hard to have a lot of confidence about what's going to happen. I mean, but I do think actually what I'm saying makes some sense. Yeah, I mean, I think this bishop is strong on the diagonal. I think it is likely that black wants to neutralize it, and once he does, then he can castle, and I don't think it's unsafe to really go in that direction. So okay, I have some degree of confidence that is going to happen. But wait, no, because queen c3, Hikaru developed the queen. He's the first to develop the queen. Very nice. Attacking the pawn. And now the pawn provoking it to move forward. So this game is developing, again, very unorthodox, but in a good way for Hikaru, who actually, now look at that, Fiona. He goes with your move, the H pawn. Wow.
Yeah, because also now, I mean, he has the option of castling queenside, and then he doesn't need to worry so much about the holes on the king side. And it's funny, I mean, the two games are almost a little bit reminiscent of each other that Hikaru has played. The first game against Lanier and this one against Peter, where he's just, throwing up those pawns, and he's already got a little edge on the clock. I like his position. We see the bar, which doesn't necessarily mean much, but it likes Hikaru's position, and I feel from a human point of view, it's just easier to play. Black is also still further away from castling.
Yeah,
So
actually, Fiona, white wants to go h5 and bishop h4.
oh,
Right. So the fact that black is not castled is about to become a big problem. White's king feels pretty safe, right? Like he's one move away from castling. Hikaru can already castle. You could have castled even here if you wanted to just move the king here. The rook lands next to him. Wait, hold on. Let me make sure I get this right, guys.
I think he put the king on the rook, no?
On the rook? Oh, that's the way to do it. Okay, very cool. Okay, you see, Hikaru could have already castled. That would have been reasonable, but he goes for this. I like to see that more ambitious approach. Like I'm feeling, you see, sometimes like moves, they betray a certain confidence. And I think that's a good sign. I think he got some confidence from that win against Dominguez, and he's bringing it forward into this game.
Yeah, and we see Hikaru actually got up from the board.
Peter's doing some stretching at the board. He's like this, like that. Did you see that? Like a little bit of, yeah.
I think he's not comfortable. I don't think he likes his position. We see in the standings on screen that Peter has been struggling. He's on half out of 4, and this position we're only 9 moves in, but it already looks pretty scary for black.
Yeah. All right. So Hikaru back at the board. And which move did Peter pick? Bishop c6. All right. Well, h5 is definitely going to happen. Knight e7. And Hikaru, I'm expecting him to develop that bishop to a beautiful square and make it a lot less likely that black will be castling. Because obviously, look, guys, after this move, you can't castle because you hang your knight. So you see how I mastered that castling move, guys, as you told me that GM doesn't know how to castle. It's okay. I learned with Fiona's help.
Yeah, I sometimes play a little chess 960. I sometimes do some variance arenas on stream, but it's not easy. I mean, we actually had some questions earlier. It was sort of in the thick of the action, but I think for a lot of spectators, every time it's not clear how do you castle in chess 960. So maybe if there's a lull in the action, we can very briefly talk about how you castle, because it's not, once you know it, it's not that difficult. The king will always start in between the two rooks, so you will never see a position where the king is on either side of the two rooks. The king will always start between the two rooks, and to castle, you can castle both king or queen side, and at the end of castling, the king and the rook will stand on the same squares as they do in classical chess. And when you play over the board like these guys, I guess same as in chess, you have to touch the king first. And when you play, if you want to try and play chess 960 on chess.com, well, as you just saw, yeah, you just put the king on the rook, and in the end, of course, like in normal chess, there can be no pieces in between the king and the rook when you try and castle, but at the end of castling, they land on the same squares.
Why didn't white take on e5 after knight e7? Okay. Why didn't he take on e5? Well, the pawn is protected. D sparks, right? So it's protected by the bishop. So you could take on e5. It just doesn't actually after bishop h4 and okay, you're asking after knight e7 why he didn't take right here. Yeah, well, because the pawn would just take. So it is being protected by that bishop from b8, so there wasn't particular need to capture. So he goes bishop h4. And now Fiona, he's got a really strong move that I hope he finds. And this move is d4.
Yeah, d4 is so. Let's try and understand why
Yeah.
d4
I
is
think
so
he just did
strong.
it. I just think he did it. He put it on the board. Good for him. All right. Yeah, he went
Fantastic.
d4. I mean, he really, I could kind of feel that he knew this was important, that
Yeah.
he sensed it from his body language. And the thing with this move is, well, remember, black wants to castle, right? He's one move away from castling. But when you play a move like d4 and you're threatening d5, black doesn't have time for castling. He's got to react to your move, right? So how is he going to react to it? Is the question.
So first, let's see. What if he takes?
Like with what? Like c pawn. Let's say c pawn here.
Yeah. Let's say.
I mean, the problem with taking.
The problem is if we take again is what, that d6 is gonna be very weak.
Yeah, I think queen takes. I guess you can go for this, Fiona. Like you can go into castling. But your problem is that the bishop is quite bad. Right. And actually, this move is just wins a pawn because you've opened up the e file. Bishop e4, bishop takes, pawn takes, rook takes, and check here. You get a check, and I think ultimately you're gonna castle very soon here. It's kind of cool because it seems like we can even castle here.
Yeah, I think so.
Kind of amazing.
Yeah.
When you take my bishop, I have this tactic. Winning back the knight. You can't even play queen takes. Well, actually you can, but yeah, if I take, you take with the knight. So I'm going to take here. Okay, I mean, I know we are far away, but look at this bishop, guys. That is what we're playing again.
Sad bishop.
Yeah, isolated pawn. And right now, Svidler is still thinking about d4. But yeah, it's a very powerful move by Hikaru, and it just puts a lot of pressure on black.
Fantastic. I see Easy Kid was saying, just join now. How's Hikaru doing? So far, so good. Hikaru won the first game against Dominguez, and he has a very promising position right now in the second game against Peter Svidler. There were a couple more questions about the castling. So as long as the knight is on g1, you're not allowed to castle kingside. Someone was asking, where does the knight go? I think, if I'm not mistaken, if the knight were on h1 right now, then you could castle kingside. But when I said there can be no pieces, so there can be no piece in between your king and your rook, but there can also be no piece on one of the squares that you're going to land on. So here it wouldn't be possible. And much like in normal chess, if the rook has already moved, you're not allowed to castle any longer.
All right. So Peter has chosen his path, but that involved developing this knight. So it looks like we have a lot of good choices here, Fiona. I mean, certainly d5 is just extremely attractive. And then you could probably even just take on e5.
What if we take on e5 immediately? I mean, we have 4 attackers, right?
Yeah, we just have to be a little careful because your king is still at the center. So. Right. I mean, I suppose you could go for some line like this. Like you want a pawn, and maybe the check is no big deal because you just go king c2. I mean, it does look like just an extra pawn, to be honest. Like check, king c2. Okay, extra pawn for white. I mean, I'll get my rooks together.
Yeah, the king looks quite safe on c2.
So Hikaru has a big decision. Which one did he go for? Did he go for d5? Yeah. It was a very attractive move. And queen f7. Okay. Wow, this is horrible for black. Do you know why, Fiona? Like Hikaru basically just decided, this pawn is not worth it because I'm also gonna get that square.
Yeah, that's
And
what
just
I
look
was
at this
looking at.
horrible bishop. Like now Hikaru can just castle a queen side. You still can't even take the pawn because your knight's hanging. Oh, yeah. I think this, I mean, right now he's thinking, should I go ahead and win a pawn here? Which is, a more forcing move, or should I just do something simple like castle and just have all these positional advantages?
Yeah, this just looks awful. I mean, if black wants to hold on to the pawn here, what does Svidler even do? I mean, e4, I guess. I think Hikaru is about to castle, by the way. He was hovering over the king. I guess you really don't want to play e4. It's difficult to see how black even, holds on to the pawn.
Yeah, so there's that. I mean, it's definitely the obvious thing to do to castle. Um, like what other kinds of things can you do? I suppose you could just trade bishop for knight and go knight g5. Okay. I mean, getting the knight into e6 is quite painful for black, and I would say that's perfectly reasonable strategy. But you can also try taking, and I want to take and lose the pawn. Probably not, right? I mean, that's
Yes.
the minus is that, then you're in check. You got to move your knight back.
I really like just castling immediately and
Mhm.
putting the ball back in black's court and sort of saying, what are you gonna do? No.
Yeah, I agree. Castles is very simple. So let's see what he can do. Let's say he goes e4, maybe even just knight d4. We go knight d4 here. Or if knight g5, queen h5, what happens there, Fiona? Knight g5, queen h5. Did we go like rook h1?
Yeah, I was wondering that rook h1 looks
Yeah, I think it's as simple
very
as that.
promising.
We just protect our bishop. We threaten a huge invasion. And yeah, it's obviously worth sacrificing a pawn to get an open file like that. So I think Hikaru needs to find his castle's move to make it like really, really clear.
Yeah, he's gone into the tank a minute ago, as I was saying. I'm pretty sure I saw his hand hovering over the king. But it looks like he's taking a second thought. Hopefully he's still going to castle because to us at least it looks very convincing. He has plenty of time though, 8.5 minutes on the clock. Other moves as we
Mamedov
saw.
seems to be beating Kasparov, Let's just take a quick look for a second.
Sure.
Mamedov and Kasparov. Let me find this game. Here we go. So they haven't made that many moves. Wow, Gary's already like so low on time. That's just terrible. How did it get to this? Mamedov did the same move as Hikaru.
And Gary did the same move as Peter.
Right. So very, very similar in a way. I don't know what that was about, like this, forcing that and then just giving up the bishop. All right. Don't really get that. And now his king's on e7. Well, that's taking the no castling to an extreme, right? I mean, I get it. This was a really big problem and you just couldn't really castle, but I mean, now you're not going to castle, and white still has the bishop pair. So, like, all that white needs to do is, like, literally just move this bishop, castle queenside, have a great position. Like, even if white just did that, I mean, okay, I guess your hope is to go bishop c6, knight e4. Sure, you do have
By
some
the way,
hopes. Yeah.
AppSync is saying that Gary took 5 minutes on the first move, which is just a little bit too much.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. That's
Because
just
now,
wow.
I mean, to be down to 3 minutes and in this position is just.
He's not leaving himself with a whole lot
Oh,
of
look who's in the chat with us, Irina.
Oh, Hikaru.
Hello, Hikaru. Let's go back to Hikaru's game.
Is that that's so funny. Wow, did his game end so fast?
I guess if he's in the chat, that means that there was probably a good outcome.
Yeah, I think so. Wow. All right. That's pretty funny. Okay, so right
And
now
Hikaru
he
did
castled.
castle
Yay.
just now.
Yeah.
Just
Hikaru, we
now
just wanted to
castled.
tell you we like your moves.
So Queenside, but okay, that means that
Yeah. Oh, you know what's so funny? He can commentate the rest of his game with you too. Yeah, that would be hilarious. I would love that.
and he would be on camera twice. He would be, he would be with us in the Zoom call, commentating on his own
I
camera
know, right? This is like what we needed to do to get Hikaru to commentate us on his own games.
Streamception.
Yeah, delayed by 15 minutes. All right, so Hikaru castled queenside, and we're waiting for a move from Svidler. Is this the point where he resigns because he doesn't like his position?
It's still 15 minutes. I mean, it's not going to be that fast, right? But I expect that
King B1, right? You're going to get out of this pin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So okay. Well, what else can we do? I mean, that just feels like the most obvious move. Because Rook C8, I guess he's trying to set up some B5 ideas.
It's also, for us as commentators, it's kind of awkward knowing that Hikaru might be watching right now to be like, so what's Hikaru going to do?
Yeah.
Let's hope.
Okay, he played King B1. Good. And I guess at this point, he's just going to take that pawn in E5, because now that he's castled and his king is safe, like, there's no reason why he wouldn't be taking that pawn. So this is pretty tough for Peter. Man, I could say that Peter didn't really survive the opening here.
Yeah, I mean, both Peter and Gary, who were looking at this together, I mean, it's really a tough tournament for both of them. I
would
think
honestly, I would just switch something up if I were them. I would just go and find another group, just something, just some sort of change, because whatever they're doing doesn't seem to be working for either of them.
I'm a little bit surprised that Jan never joined their group. If I'm not mistaken, he's the only other Russian in the field.
Yeah.
But it's also, I mean, what are they gonna do now? Like, oh, guys, we've lost all our games. Can we join your group, please? It's a little awkward.
Okay, so I think we're actually going to see this knight G5, queen H5, and then either knight E6 or rook H1. So definitely he's going to move in his knight, right? Yeah, you're going to go to G5, of course. There we go. Queen H5 and then knight E6. Oh, he's just crushing here. So now on queen back to F7, how are we going to win? Yeah, he went back.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, Oh, I think our attack is going to come on the H file, Fiona. Because we have the
H3, H1.
And he will take, because otherwise the knight can go to G6 and then it becomes a little awkward for the bishop.
Mm-hmm.
There's no reason not to take the knight, because the knight is a potential defender, and look at that. He just listens to everything I say. All right. And now he's going to go rook H1. Right? Hikaru is playing like a perfect game here.
There he goes. The hand was hovering once again.
Look at this bishop on B8. It's terrible. Terrible piece, guys. So this is a total failure strategy when you are 20 moves into the game and you still have like a really bad piece and your opponent has this, right? So I would say this is kind of a crushing game by Hikaru. Yeah.
Pun intended, or?
Yeah, no pun intended. No pun intended. It's just hard to describe it as anything else. All right, so now we got to figure this out. So like this is already really good, but you're going to go G6, and I'll go G4. I mean, that looks really pretty attractive. I guess that's what I would be looking at, like that, just simple. Mm-hmm. I know the computer has some other ideas. I mean, I suppose you could do that. Is that really human-like? They take, and then you go rook G1. I guess that's pretty simple. Yeah, Hikaru might just go G4 right away.
Yeah, just open up all the
Is
lines
the
in
rook
front of
sack
the big king.
premature? A rook h7, king h7. Yeah, actually, I mean, I wouldn't say you can't look at it, actually, guys, but it seems unnecessary to sack rooks if you don't see a forced checkmate and you already know that your position is great. Like, sure, we have an attack here and we kind of got knight g5 and queen h8 to set up, but it's still kind of unclear is the point, right? So there's no reason for him, no reason for anyone to sack material when they can win in like 5 different ways without sacking material.
As someone so eloquently put it in the chat, the bastion speaks for itself.
So what did Hikaru do? Rook h5. Okay, that move, I believe it's rook h5, right? I think I see that on the board. There's a guy trying to fix his car for like an hour outside, guys. It's just this terrible noise. So sorry about that.
So let's go back to the live position where rook h5 has just been played.
Yeah. Stacking material when you can't calculate mate is unnecessary. I feel attacked. Yeah. Well, it's a pretty prudent piece of advice. Feel free to take it. Yeah, best lessons of a chess coach. I agree. We definitely love having pieces like that. I think Hikaru is going to win all his games today, actually.
Do you know who is playing the next game?
Yeah, he's playing Aronian. He's playing Aronian, who's definitely like, a harder opponent than these two guys. But I still think he's on a roll, right? I think he's gathered a lot of confidence, which is super important, right? Because he's not just winning, but he's kind of crushing his opponents.
Let's see how Levon is doing today. So Levon drew the first game against Peter, and well, he's still playing. We can have a look at that later. Sorry, Irina, you were saying.
Oh yeah. So I am saying right now the f5 pawn is hanging. So what is he gonna do? G6? G6 makes some sense. Rook h6, and then you just come in and you threaten like rook takes g6. Yeah. You threaten rook h7 and queen g7 mate. Hikaru in the video, hands, folds it across the chest. Let me see if I can do a Hikaru there. That looks pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah. And I guess that's his confident pose. And man, I feel bad for Peter. He's a very nice guy, and I feel like this game doesn't do him justice.
The good thing is we know that his suffering ended a while ago in real life. But yeah, here, I mean, g6, while it does make sense, to attack the rook, defend f5, as you were saying, suddenly the queen diagonal opens up and there will be other attacking patterns. So it just looks gone at this point.
Yeah. Oh, rook f8. Did he just try to give up the exchange? Yeah, he's trying to induce this white to take the rook, this knight to take the rook, which of course is winning, but he's not going to do that. Yeah. He's not interested in giving up his amazing knight. More likely we're going to see a rook sack, and rook sack on h6. That's what we're likely to see.
That would be ending the game in style.
Yeah. That might just make Peter resign.
Yeah, and there goes
like
rook h6.
He might not want this game to continue because the mate is just coming, isn't it? Yeah, he resigned right there. Oh, Peter, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for your bishop. Okay. Send my compassionate wishes to this bishop.
But what a game by Hikaru. I mean, I love the way we talked about it, the way he went on in the opening, again, a little bit more forward play, let's say, taking a bit more risk, and it definitely paid off. I mean, he put on the pressure right from the get-go when it felt like Peter never really managed to, put up anything in this game.
Yeah, I think the key decision in this game Fiona, if you want to know the turning point, it was this extremely clever move, knight e4. Now, I'm not saying that this move is directly what led to Hikaru's overwhelming position, but the point is that Black had this idea of d5, right? And Hikaru, by going here, interrupted those plans. Ultimately, Black never played d5. Instead, I don't know, there was some d6 move that we saw that just didn't really feel that good. And Hikaru, from this point on, just applied a lot of pressure to Peter's position, like h4, really nice move. And basically, you see, guys, the bishop, he somehow induced Peter to kill off his own bishop, right? Because,
by the way, sorry, Irina, I think I'm going to take you away from here, because I think Jan Nepomniachtchi just blundered in his game against Alireza Firouzja, so that's Alireza's chance to catch up with him in the tournament lead.
Wow. Okay, so something happened in this rook endgame. He apparently should have gone this way with his king. He went into the danger zone where his king could potentially get mated. Wow. Oh man, I mean, this king is horrible here. What's Jan? Oh my gosh, and Jan has 8 minutes. He has like 8 minutes, and he made that decision so fast against 27 seconds. That's insane. That is really, really insane. And look at this cute win.
Yeah, and he's gonna pay the price here. Wait, what?
Yeah, I don't know what just happened, but there was a really cute win like this. This was so beautiful, because you can't take with the pawn because I promote, and you can't take with the king because I take your pawn and then your rook. But Alireza went for this, which is still really good. I mean, he's up a pawn and he's winning. Wow. That's sad for Jan. That is super sad.
Yeah. I see. Why did Gary resign? Maybe we'll see that after this game, or do you want to check it now?
Well, we can see what are the remaining games still going on. So we have Gary losing to Mamedyarov. Might have just lost on time. Anything Fabi, Dominguez, Firouzja. Okay, well, Firouzja is winning. So I mean, this rook endgame is not like the most fascinating, I suppose. He's actually even threatening to win a second pawn, I think, with this, and that. And then you can't really protect it because I trade the rooks. I mean, I'll show you a cool line, okay? Like, let me give you an example. It's, okay, well, it's not going to happen. All right, but rook g5, rook e6. Okay, so he's basically just promoting this pawn. That's it. King's in a box. Poor Jan. Wow, with so much time left.
Poor Jan, yes and no, because it is kind of self-inflicted. I mean, nobody was holding him at gunpoint saying, okay, make a move now.
Right. No, I know. But it is sad to, I'm just saying it's sad to lose to someone who has 30 seconds when you got 8 minutes. That should make you feel very foolish, right? It's like I can only think it's one of the worst feelings to have in chess.
But I think, I think Jan is just someone who plays incredibly fast, and most of the time it pays off. We've seen so many of his opponents, even in just the previous game against Fabi, it paid off, him playing fast and putting the squeeze on the clock. So, I think you win some, you lose some. He wins most of them.
Yeah, but here's the difference. Here's the difference, Fiona. In this game, it wasn't like he was better and trying to put the squeeze on his opponent on the clock. He was actually worse. Like I mean, he knows he's worse. Obviously, he's like, look at Firouzja's pawns. So at this point, actually, when you have a lot of time and you're worse, like, you're just supposed to use it to defend, right?
Yeah.
Like, why not? Like, you either make a draw or you lose. There's no chance to win. It's not even like, well, he has the advantage and he tried to just pressure his opponent on the clock. So it's just a very, very strange thing that he didn't slow down. I mean, I'm not saying it was so trivial, but I mean, he really should have been really much more careful about that. That's a strange move. It really is. Like, I mean, every chess player knows that when you put your king on g8 into mating that on the back rank, like, that could be problematic. Like, I don't know what he didn't like about this move, I guess he was afraid that this king would come up, protect the pawn, and he would lose that. And we actually need to figure that out. So, like, all he really needed to do, Fiona, was to I mean, he has one way to, I think, make a draw in this position, right? It's not that trivial. That's what I mean. He had 8 minutes to figure this out. But he actually has to stop that move, because if he allows the king to come up, he will lose that pawn. So he has to find this tricky move, and then just in time to get the king here. Now, the rook there. Now, by the way, then if that happens, like, who knows? He might even win, right? Because he's got the outside A pawn. But yeah, I mean, it is very much self-inflicted and very unnecessary. And you know, I like Jan as a player. I would like him to keep winning if he can. So,
and Irina, actually, you were talking about you think Hikaru is going to win all his games. It looks like Levon has also just blundered a few moves ago and is now losing to Wesley. So maybe we can quickly go there.
Yeah. All right, we're there. So another rook endgame. Fiona and Aronian, he has also a lot more time, right? So what is going on here? He is, he's about to lose that pawn, and he couldn't take this pawn on. He couldn't go there and take the pawn because of the trade. No, not because of the trade. So still something for us to figure out why he didn't try that, but he went there. So he lost the pawn in there. Okay, well now rook, I don't know, rook b4, or they're stalemates. Oh, he's so tricky. He wants to like do something like that. He wants to induce.
That's so sneaky.
Yeah, and then he wants to like just keep checking. Oh man, like that. Okay. Very Aronian-like, right? He wants to get his opponent to go and protect the pawn. But I don't think Wesley So is going to fall for that. Wesley So, did he make a move yet? No, he's still thinking.
By the way, Irina, because we have the other game on camera, Fabi against Dominguez, maybe we go there with still so much material on the board, because if Wesley doesn't fall for this trick, most likely he will win the endgame.
Yeah, looks like, I mean, well, I guess I like White's position from the first impression. I don't know, but after Queen G6, I would say Queen G6 was played by Dominguez. E4, nice. Oh, but then he just trades. So now White loses the powerful center. So I guess I'm all right with Dominguez's position. I think he'll move the queen back here. Queen F7. I think, or I don't know if that allows Queen D6. Well,
time is going to be a huge factor here with linear ticking down to just 10 seconds now.
Yeah. Well, I think the queen will move. That's all I can say. Linear, don't lose on time. Okay. I didn't guess that one. Knight moved. Why? To not let the queen in, I guess. Okay. I mean, the knight wasn't amazing on G7. I can sort of see that. Oh, so he's in panic mode. He's going to move his knight back and forth because he doesn't know what to do. Okay. Well, the queen can't really come in because you take the pawn. Okay. So he's.
So how do we make progress? Are we grabbing G5, I guess?
If you grab the pawn, it's going to be a draw, I think. Like, you're just not going to win with the bishops of opposite color. So Fabi's not doing that. Good try. I mean, I think he's going to win. I'll be honest with you. I think he will use like Dominguez's time pressure. But it's still tricky. So very tricky, I would say. Queen F4. I mean, Queen F4 is the first move that comes to my mind. I don't know if it's any good.
It's not so easy to make progress because you always need to keep an eye on e4. You can never allow e4 to drop because then there's just, well, you lose a pawn and too much counterplay.
Okay, so the queen can't move because it's got to protect this. Like, what's our plan to win, Fiona? Oh, bishop b4. We're going to make some threats from this side.
Very nice.
Oh, yeah, watch that bishop come in. Watch it. There you go. Came in. Now the queen went back. Now he's getting him really passive. But how to improve? Okay, yeah, bring in the queen. Oh, black is getting like unable to move anywhere. E7 even. E7. Attack the pawn. All right, black. Which piece can black actually move here? He can barely move anything. Queen
it's
H6,
a really
Queen
sad
H7,
position.
that's it. Queen h6. Okay, you still have queen h5. Very lucky. Very lucky. Okay. But yeah, I don't think Dominguez is going to hold this. I mean, it would just require a miracle.
Fabi has done so well squeezing this position, just
Yeah.
bringing
Can you
all
just
the
go queen
pieces
h5 though?
closer.
Oh wow, queen h5, king g3, and like your king totally in the open, but is safe. Wow.
Yeah.
So bad, so tough for Dominguez. Like with this knight just can't move. Bishop can't do anything. King g3, queen back. Yeah, it's gotta hope.
Such a sad position.
Yeah.
So
Gotta
what
hope
do
that
we do
Fabi
now?
can't break
Is
through.
Fabi's just gonna run the king around, but where to? Where is the king off to?
Yeah, well, maybe somewhere a little bit safer. King e3, king d4. I think he'll put on d4. Yes, he'll put on d4, and then he needs to find a way to win. I would love to tell you what that would be. Maybe, I mean, should he put the king on c3 and then go after these pawns? Actually interesting.
Queen H.
Oh,
But
okay.
now what, don't we just take everything?
Yeah, it should be winning. Because these pawns are very vulnerable. They're not actually safe. Yeah, I think that Fabi's gonna find a way to take this. Oh, we haven't been getting any translation from the board, but we can watch them on the camera. Sorry guys, I kind of lost track a little bit, like where the pieces are. I can try to put them, you know, and just so these are not these exact moves, guys. I'm just like moving around. This is the current position right here. Okay, and now Fabi just took knight takes b6, bishop e4. Okay, so Fabi's up 2 pawns.
How easy do you think it is to convert this?
F7, knight c4, a4. Yeah, I mean, I think he should convert this. Bishop c6 probably. Knight a5. I mean, it looks convertible. I think he'd put his knight.
I think Linier has done actually a good job defending it. Like I thought it was gonna collapse.
Move, and then he just lost that pawn.
Yeah.
I don't know. He's down like 3 pawns now.
Too much.
Something like this, I think, is on the board.
By the way, Wesley did blunder back, and that game has ended in a draw, incredibly.
All right. So I give up on seeing anything from this angle. I can't really see where Black's knight him. I mean, I think this is the position, something like that.
But we have moves again, maybe.
Do we?
If you refresh, yeah.
If I refresh, you think we got something? Ah, okay, we do. Okay. All right, so Fabi up 3 pawns. Well, seems like a lot. What if they take, though? Take. Check. King back. Oh. You can't push him.
So can we defend?
Yeah, how does he get past this blockade? Wow.
I wonder if the next round will start on time or if it will be a...
He actually won a pawn. Whoa.
And now it's not so clear anymore.
Now it feels like you could actually hold a draw.
Yeah.
I mean, you took a really important A pawn. Wow.
Incredible.
I mean, yeah, like if you were holding the blockade when you were down 3, like you might hold it when you're down 2. But Linier is down to 5 seconds.
Yeah, and Fabi has found a way to push the e-pawn.
Yeah, that might not be holdable. Yeah, he's going to go e7, knight c7. Yeah, it's tough, Linier. Yeah. Wait. Bishop h3. Wait, what does he do about this pawn? Knight c7. Oh, Wow.
I'm also confused.
Oh,
What?
there was a knight holding that.
Ah, of course.
Okay. Wow. I mean, Lanier is holding on for dear life. You can't push because the knight takes it. So he's just moving the bishop back or forth. Wow. But Fabi's got to figure something out with the king. Well, this is pretty tense. Bishop to take knight. Well,
What a game. What an end game.
I mean, he's trying to bring in the king, I think, right?
Yeah. Try to bring the king, what, to f6?
Oh, he wants to trade. He wants to try to trade. Then hopefully make a draw.
So do we just remove the knight or, move the
Yeah, so
king?
he moved the king. He moved away from that. Bishop e4. Yeah, so he is going for this trade, and Fabi avoided it with knight b5. So is c6 an idea? I think it is. Wait, can he go here? Not yet. No, still can't do it. The knight has to move. Knight d4. Still can't push, but I guess we can start improving the king actually, because that's always been the point, hasn't it?
Yeah, and try and bring the king maybe all the way to f7. It feels like, I mean, with the players playing on increment, it feels like white just has to. Yeah, now
Oh
with this,
yeah, okay.
now it has, and
Now
there's
it's
the
trivial.
resignation.
Yeah, because once you trade the bishop for the knight, you don't have the bishops of opposite color scenario
Yeah.
anymore. And after bishop takes, king takes, and king f5, you just go king there, then you push out the king, you invade, and then you like queen one of your pawns. So Clyde says, Irina, can I interest you in joining the Scottish Chess Association? The problem is I'm pretty loyal to playing for the American team, guys. That's a little bit of an obstacle.
So I guess that's a no. Sorry, Clyde T times. Irina, I think we're going to take a quick break now because that game actually, that was a very intense and long round. So we'll be back already very
Okay,
soon.
before we go, Fiona, let me just say that we've reserved Mick Crush as a surname. I think that sounds great. That's awesome. Okay, that makes it kind of tempting for me to switch over now.
That is a compelling argument for sure that Shidek has come up with there. So, well, Irina will take the break to think about your offer, and we'll be back in a few minutes with her answer. We'll see you soon, guys. Hello and welcome back to the Champions Showdown, a Chess 960 event put on in St. Louis. And if you're just joining us now, Hikaru has had a fantastic start to day 2 as he won the first game against Dominguez, the second game against Peter Svidler and Irina. He will be playing black against Levon Aronian next.
Yeah, I guess his most challenging matchup of the day for Hikaru. Yesterday, he asked for your support, guys, on Twitter, said, send me that energy. And I think you guys responded because he's had a vastly better day today than the first day. And I really hope that he can make it a perfect score before he joins us for the interview in about an hour. Let's talk about this position. He will be playing with the black pieces. Let me just figure this out, Fiona. Oh,
we can
the board. Yeah, here we go. And send energy to Gary. Yeah, I agree. That's another person that needs some energy. I mean, honestly, Fiona, I was talking about this yesterday with a friend of mine, and like, what would we say to Gary? If we could give him some advice, right? He just needs to stop trying to be so perfectionist. Just play faster. Just trust his intuition more. Stop trying to be perfect and just enjoy it, And I guess we haven't really seen so many of his games today, but it doesn't seem like he's hurt us.
Yeah, I think it's just so tough, when you're playing against the best in the world and they look at chess, they work on chess every day for many hours. And I think Gary himself responded on Twitter, I think, to a tweet by Maurice, as we see, by the way, Alireza just sitting by himself with the printed score sheet of the new position. Wesley, this time, is he actually playing Jan? Because they used to always be together. Let me see. Wesley is playing Gary. So new pairs see the light of day. Maybe Jan, who knows? Maybe after the loss, he wasn't in the mood.
And
maybe...
Nepo is playing Shaq. Okay. And actually, Shaq is now analyzing with Wesley, who was Nepo's analysis partner. So I feel like there's a bit of a betrayal going on there.
They were also in a big group before the previous round, right? I think what's most likely is maybe Nepo being mad at himself and maybe, just sitting in a corner or maybe not in the hall at all. We don't know, but I don't think there is any drama here. I think most likely Jan is not in the mood right now. Don't worry, session, we're reading chat. It's just we can't acknowledge everything, but we're reading it.
Let's take a look at this first position that they're going to be starting with. So we got queens in the corner again. I feel like we've seen that already today in one of our games, Fiona. King is in the center. Knight is again in the corner of the board. We've also seen that, but this time the knights are separated. What can we say about these pawns are protected. Sometimes that's an issue. So that's important to know that these side pawns are guarded. So is this one. So there's no first move attacks that are going to be devastating to black. So now first move, right? Okay, e4. As always, best by test. Opening up the rook
and the sense, right? Yeah.
I like it. I mean, you open up two pieces with one move, it can't be that bad, right? And you take the center.
Also, just to say, Hikaru is already at the board. We weren't sure if the games are going to start on time or if there will be a small delay because the previous round went on for quite long. But no, it looks like games will start on time in 1-2 minutes from now. And Hikaru looks ready and confident. He's exchanging some pleasantries or some jokes with someone. We can't see who. Maybe it was the arbiter, Chris Bird. But yeah, he's ready for the final game of the day.
Yeah, and we also got another idea here, which is f4. Opening up the bishop. I mean, I suppose that makes sense because at some point it feels like you will need to open up this bishop. Like, what other way do you have to do that than f4? So would I go f4? Okay, let's say f4 and we play d5. Now, how bad of a move is d5? I don't know, probably f5 is the best, but let me just try this one. Does this make any sense, or am I just setting myself up to have a bad light squared bishop down the line?
I guess one question is, how will you meet e4?
Yeah. I will take, and I suppose you can either go knight g3 or take with a rook, but I guess knight g3 looks quite reasonable. Getting the knight out from the corner. Wow, so challenging to play this. First of all, where is the king going? I want to know where my king is supposed to go. I guess it's supposed to go queen side.
Feels easier, right? Because I mean, all you really have to do is get the knight out of the way, right?
If you want to what's going on here? Like, we got the bishop open,
and they are off, Irina. So let's switch to the events page and see. Levon has opened with one d4. No, e4. Sorry, e4, e5 is on the board, and f3. Wow.
Yeah. So one of the ways of opening this bishop, and I think also getting ready to play d4. So interesting. Now, obviously, if you go f6, they kind of play d4 before you. So Hikaru, knowing his style,
I was also thinking, what's the most, double-edged move we can find here?
I don't think he's gonna wanna. Okay, he actually does copy him for now. Interesting. I guess he decides that it's just too imperative to open up this bishop. Yes. So f6.
So what is d4 now? Is d4 anything?
I mean, d4 seems very sensible to me, right? Like, I would think that white should have some sort of edge with the space advantage, right? Can you play d5 at some point, or is that just, can I just copy you? Or you take, I take. I mean, it seems like playable.
Yeah, I'm surprised that the engine doesn't like this. I feel like, oh, we managed to uncastle the white king, but maybe you're right. Maybe the king just hides on f2. And
yeah, the king is actually pretty good here, and our king is not really going anywhere, right? And the queen is still a big problem. Okay, it's also a problem for white. But let's see what Levon does. So he goes knight e2, wanting to go d4 and capture with a knight. That's what he's saying. Wow. Now, when I say wow, I mean, I'm always wowed by these kinds of moves.
I like
what's
it.
The point of it? I mean, like, okay, you open the queen, but against d4, what did we gain? Are we just supposed to develop the knight and say, okay, this isn't too dangerous?
The only problem with b5 is, remember, didn't we want to castle queenside? That's my only concern. I guess if we go b5, we're never, or unlikely to castle queenside.
Yeah, we're unlikely to castle a queenside, but we're quite likely to castle a kingside. I would say that b5 is very interesting. So what else can Hikaru do? Can he go c5, or is that just completely pointless? I mean, you might even be inducing
just to stop d4,
yeah, because I might even go b4, I might go b4, and when you take me, go for d4. Well, I mean, at least that was the idea, but I guess maybe it's not so dangerous for black. So I mean, maybe c5 is an option, right? It does kind of weaken this square, though. That could be a problem in the long run. And then maybe white can go like b3 and bishop c4 and start fighting with us for that square. I don't think Hikaru will play c5, actually. So it looks like he's still thinking. He did say in his interview yesterday that he thinks it makes sense to invest some time in the opening. And that's what he's doing here. He went
He goes for
d5.
c5, yeah.
I think he went for d5.
No,
Oh,
okay.
oh,
C5,
c5.
yeah.
Oh, wow. He goes for my
Yeah.
subpar suggestion. All right, Hikaru, don't listen to me too much. I'm a little scared of these light squares, but okay. Let's try to get the concept here.
Can we try and play d5 ourselves? Knight e7 and d5?
Yeah. I want to know what's going on with the king, though, Fiona, because I don't think with this move that he's going to be castling queenside.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going this way anymore. So he needs to go that way. For that, he needs to, he also needs to get the knight out.
But he doesn't need to get the knight out to get castled, right? I mean, I
Yeah,
guess
he
you mean
doesn't. Yeah, he just needs to get it out in
just next to
general.
get knight out in general, yeah. But maybe there's no rush, because as long as the white king is still on d1 and as long as the white queen is still on a1.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. White's concept I understand here, right? So I believe like White's concept is b3, bishop c4, bishop out and going king side. And then try to play for the light squares like this one. That's what I think the idea is. Okay, so he starts with that. I see he wants to go knight g4, knight e3, right? So yes, that is really the key focal point of the position, is that d5 outpost. That's why, even though I suggested c5 myself, once I realized, that there was knights here, I was like, I don't know if I like the long-term implications of this move. But okay. Aronian, yeah.
Can we go knight e7, or is there something?
Yeah, knight e7. Is there anything wrong with that? I don't know. Is there some knight b5, or knight b5 does not threaten the usual fork because the king's on d8. But yeah, knight g4 is really what Aronian's plan is. Like, he's already shown us with knight f2 what he wants.
And if I go d5?
I guess I'm gonna have to take that.
Are there any issues with bishop b5 now?
Okay. Yeah, well, it definitely feels like that move should be an issue, right? Actually, seems like extremely problematic. Unless
I was even worried on the previous before taking on d5, but
yeah. Oh, wow, there's an exchange sag here. This one,
and this time Hikaru is on the right side of
this is fascinating that he could sack the exchange like that. Now, he does have a lot of space. Look at that beautiful triangle of pawns. That would be amazing, actually, if we got to see something like that on the board. But if he takes first on d5, I mean, are we still sacking the exchange? Hold on, I want to try to figure this out. So bishop b5, like, you could go rook e7, could go rook e6 even. So it's a bit ugly.
It's a weird position. Hikaru's pawn structure is quite funny.
Yeah, we can't castle here.
Yeah.
Right, so this seems like problematic, but yeah, there is an exchange sack here. Wow, like bishop e8 and knight g2, I think is the idea. Or, I mean, you could actually even take there, but you're just taking. Wow, well, that is far from obvious, guys.
Yeah.
This kind of exchange sack, like so early in the game, like your king's in the center, like why is this necessarily so good for you? Well, I guess because of that pawn. It's actually a big problem tactically for white, since you also have that one going after it.
But what if white castle here? I thought white can castle here, right?
Like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we
And
still take the pawn.
And then I just wanted to defend.
Yeah, now it's like, well, we have a
Yeah.
knight and pawn. We actually have
Yeah.
a bishop and pawn for the exchange. Our queen is more open than your queen. And we also got that great outpost, and you have the weak f3 pawn. So basically here, we're going to go bishop e6, bishop e7, and the king on e8 is safe, right? Because we got such great control over those squares. And I think we're actually on our way to seeing that, amazingly enough, Fiona.
Wow.
So Hikaru did play knight e7. He did play d5. Very good suggestion. And like, we actually might be seeing some of these exchange sacks. Look at that.
I think you'd be very happy.
Oh, I'd be so happy. We're gonna see it. Come on, Hikaru. Knight f4. Please play that move. Please, no rook e7. Don't do that, Hikaru. That's boring. You learned this from Nepo yesterday. You got totally inspired by him. Come on, think a little more. No rook e7. No, don't do that. Okay, he did rook e7.
But you did well, Irina.
Man, oh man, I really, really wanted to see it, but it was like, it's not obvious, right?
It's not obvious. I think it's so counterintuitive that this would be good.
Yeah, because like, especially the way the king like winds up opposite the rook, right? And you're not even getting a pawn for it yet. But I feel like a little disappointed, but okay, maybe he'll get another chance to do something cool in this game. So rook e7 is okay. By the way, guys, it's not like a terrible move or anything. It's just that this is so cool and unusual, right? And this one is more mundane, but okay. Well, Hikaru,
you'll need to have another word with him again, Irina.
Right, I have to tell him now. You need to go from not letting them sack the exchange to you sacking the exchange. That's the step for tomorrow. Okay.
All right. Okay, as you said, I mean, this position after rook e7 is still, it's actually very balanced now according to the engine, and we haven't given up an exchange, and I guess we're still threatening to jump into f4.
Yeah, I just said I kind of really, I don't like this bishop, Fiona. I don't like the way, like think about it. I don't know, how are we supposed to castle? How exactly are we supposed to castle?
We'll castle queenside, maybe. Or just put the king on
here.
Yeah,
maybe
castle kingside and queenside, and then put the king on b8.
That's true. That's right. I mean, it's like we don't normally think about that as being a very safe looking place for the king, but maybe. Okay. I mean, we also, what do we want to do in general? Like, we want to bring out our knight.
There are a couple of moves coming in, so let's see. Levon has taken on d5 and played knight e3.
Yeah, well now, okay, so now are we going to go challenge that bishop? That's what Hikaru did. I suppose like takes, there's like some kind of b4 move that you need to look at, but maybe you just have c4 there. Or maybe you could just play rook d7, actually. I think the reason Hikaru chose this move is because he really wants to put his rook here. And actually, I kind of like that. I do like the rook on d7 a lot, Fiona. And one day, I totally agree that he's just going to castle a queenside.
Yeah, I think Levon will do the same, because I think at that point the king will have to get out of d1. Levon still has the option of going kingside, but I don't think he will.
Yeah, we should remember. So for Levon to castle kingside,
he just needs to
needs to move the bishop, and then this king goes there. That's actually really important, because we often forget about these unusual castling moves, but they're really the key, right?
I was just gonna mention a4 actually, because a4
looks like a good move.
Yeah, if we do castle queenside, then Levon could, just decide to go kingside and just push those pawns, and it's a really messy position.
There you go, Hikaru. Bring out that knight. Let's get that knight to f4. Okay, okay. And yeah, I think that's the first step. Put the knight there. Moving the rook and work on this bishop. Okay. I mean, the most important thing is not like that he sacks the exchange, it's just that he wins, right? Because we need that prediction of mine to work. Fiona, I said he's going to get 3 out of 3 today, and I would like that to happen.
Yeah, and I mean, if we look at the standings for a second, so they're just there on Irina's left. If he wins another game, he's currently tied for fifth, but you know, he's suddenly only 1 point off the two leaders, Alireza and Nippo. So if he gets a third win, he will be, you know, playing for the tournament. He will be in the mix tomorrow, let's say.
Yeah. And Nepo is doing badly again. Nepo is just losing already.
Wow.
Shaq. I mean, I guess can we take a look at that? Do you mind? Sure. Nepo is losing to Shaq. Now,
Nepo is a very emotional player, no? It feels like it reminds me a little bit when I do Puzzle Rush, when I get one wrong, then I just get another wrong and another wrong, and it feels like it happens quite a lot also in games, that often once you lose one game, maybe you're a little bit tilted sometimes.
Yeah.
And Nepo especially, yeah, I think he's just, I'm not saying he's tilted right now, but he is in general quite an emotional player.
Yeah, I mean, his knight is hanging, the king's now stuck in the center, and the queen is in the corner. It doesn't look really great. It looks like his best move is trying to move out the queen to g7. Right. So actually black, I don't know if black takes the knight. Well, we could try that, threaten checkmate. But probably there's not enough compensation here, because white's king is also doesn't have any long-term safety. That's the issue. So yeah, I mean, if Mamedyarov wins for the tournament standings, is actually really good for Mamedyarov, but also completely upsetting, you know, the whole dynamic. Although, Firouzja is leading again, right? So
yeah. So let's go back to Hikaru. We'll come back to this game in a bit, but could be that once again at the end of today, the sole leader will be a certain Alireza, who's just done incredible in St. Louis this summer. But we'll see what happens. For now, what happened here? After a4, Hikaru got the knight out and moved it further out.
Queen a2 was played by Aronian, knight f4, and castles queenside. So that is our current position. Well, what can we say? Wow, apparently we have, I have a pretty cool idea here. I mean, because I'm looking at this move, I'm like, why does the computer like that move? Is it because we want to play a6, Fiona, and rook a7? That would be sick. That would be so sick. Look at this one. Look at this idea. I don't know. It's just something that came to my mind. It is actually.
Incredible.
You know, because after queen a6, you're trapping.
You're just getting mated.
And then you're just like suddenly starting this violent attack on the a file out of nowhere. I mean, just like they can't let you, they can't protect their pawn, and then you're threatening mate. And even though your king is in the center, they don't have that check. They don't have any checks. They don't have d4 quickly enough. And that could have been like an amazing creative way for Hikaru to take over the initiative. Wow.
Yeah, once again, it's not a move that's easy to spot, because in general, I think you don't want to give yourself, you know, that backward a pawn. It just feels, once again, counterintuitive, but I think with a bit more time, you know, he could find this. But now let's see, after queenside castles, bishop f2, and the idea is still there, right? Or not?
He actually can still do something like that. But now, actually he still can, because rook a7. It's a little different because his king's on c8. So on a6, they play queen a6 and trade the queens.
Yeah.
So we can't do exactly the same thing. But there are some other ideas. So I mean, I don't think we're going to see a trade. I suppose bishop f1. It would be more my guess up to what Aronian's going to do. I see it's interesting because I see these moves are kind of equal, but I just think he'll play bishop f1. I don't know why I think so, but I can't say this is bad, but I mean, it does bring out the black queen. Black can eventually play for b5.
I'm curious to see. Why don't you think he will exchange?
Just because he won't want to like bring out the queen, and I feel like on bishop f1, he still targets that pawn a bit. Just a feeling, but like I feel like, you know, when you play this move, you feel like you're making a bit of a concession by helping your opponent's queen develop. So that's all. And meanwhile, yeah, Nepo is just losing with white. So that game, I think, really affected him with Firouzja, like losing that rook endgame for no reason, clearly, like had an impact on him, which is, you know, it's a pity.
Yeah, it's good, probably good for Jan that it's the last game of the day, and he can, you know, just reset and come back tomorrow. Of course, it will depend. Alireza's position currently seems pretty even against Dominguez, but yeah, actually, he's already slightly a tiny
played
bit
bishop
better.
f1.
Yeah, I played your move. You called it. You called a lot of moves today.
Yeah, sometimes I get lucky like that. Okay, king c7. Okay, how do we interpret Hikaru's move here? What's that, king c7? I mean, I guess he wants to play b5. I know somewhere this idea is in the cards. What? Or does he want to go like queen there, queen there? That's pretty sneaky. It's also interesting.
What do we do with this bishop on f8, Irina?
Yeah, we move the rook over, Fiona. So finally, let that bishop live a little bit. Yeah, Hikaru, just move the rook over, create that harmony. Everything will be fine. And then bring in your rook. Don't forget to bring in your rook, Hikaru, because we like that pawn in a4. You see, he's going to play it. Come on, Hikaru. Rook d7. It's a nice harmony building move. Okay, just like I was going to say, just like I've coached you. Okay, it's a funny notion. But I like to pretend, you know, like I'm coaching him and getting him to win all these games. But all right.
Well, he certainly, you know, last night I was watching the interview, and I thought it was very brave of you. Like, I would never dare be like, you know, you should do this and that. But
yeah, I can't help myself.
It's working out, you know. 2 out of 2 today. A lovely position in game 3.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, I think we, you know, with my coaching and your positivity, Fiona, you know, we're really helping Hikaru here.
The chess and the vibes, the optimism, the dream team. So bishop g3 and Hikaru is still thinking.
Yeah, what could he be thinking about? Now let's think. I mean, because this is such a natural move. It really is not like a very difficult move, right? It's like, who wouldn't want to get out of the way of that knight? Yes, thank you, Hikaru. Yes, I'm glad you heard me. And we definitely love this potential idea. I mean, I know it's not like necessarily winning yet, but it's certainly an idea that's in the cards, because if you can make white go b3, it's like, well, good luck with that. Yeah, play b3, kill your queen. I mean, if that's your best approach, I think I do like black. I mean, black has a nice space advantage, right?
Yeah, b3, I mean, I see that it's the engine's top suggestion, but I feel like Levon is never gonna make that move.
You don't think he's going to do that? I agree. I mean, it's a psychologically.
It's so hard to.
Well, I mean, none of his moves are particularly easy, right? Because, I mean, he's going to see this idea. Also, if you think about it, do you realize like how useless his bishop g3 move was, Fiona? I mean, what in the world was that supposed to do? right? Like, I mean, taking the knight, not really. And so, I mean, if you just give up the bishop for the knight, I don't think that's too much of a plan. So then I think he also has to kind of look at his own move and be like, well, that wasn't very, very productive. Yeah, so let's think about black's ideas. Like, other than rook d4, what are our ideas? Do we want to play b5? Do we
I
just
was
want to
wondering
go?
that.
Yeah.
I
Here,
don't know
Fiona,
if
we're
we
going to
want
attack in the end
to.
game. Yeah, because look, pawn takes, queen takes, rook takes. We're already threatening mate. Then we're going to go like king b6 and rook a7. And we can actually try to generate an attack in the heavy piece endgame.
Yeah, you know what? In the beginning, I wasn't on board with swapping queens, but you've convinced me that there is still an attack, so I'm on board now.
Yeah, it's possible. You know, and Hikaru is not at the board anymore, which I think is always like how he behaves when he's a bit more confident. So, yeah, so it's a promising position. He's got a little time advantage, and I just don't think Levon will be very happy with his bishop g3 move and where this game is going. Okay, let's take a look at bishop f4, right? Like, does that make any sense whatsoever? Like knight f5.
Knight f5, okay.
Right. So I just think I'm just getting my knight trapped, right?
Yeah.
I mean, okay, once you have to put him on h4, that's it. His life is over.
Yeah, so, but can we go elsewhere? Not to f5?
Yeah, you can try, but where like c4 doesn't look great, right? I mean, you're stepping into b5 at some point. Like, I definitely will consider going there with a tempo, and not to mention even bishop d5 doesn't look great. I just don't think he'll be taking the knight. And what else can he do though? What else can he do? So it's unpleasant. It's unpleasant when your options.
No, sorry, go ahead.
It's unpleasant when your options are like, go back, admitting your mistake, block your queen. Yeah, I don't know what he's going to choose from that.
Yeah, I was just gonna agree with you that I think it's psychologically also a difficult spot for Levon. Like, the position is, I think, already a tiny bit better for black, but, you know, not too far from equality. But you've just played that move, bishop g3, and suddenly you realize the bishop is not doing anything there. If you want to improve the bishop, you have to bring it back. He takes. Wow, he took on f4.
Oh, whoa, he took on f4?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, bishop pair, thank you. Thank you. I think we'll take that. And knight c4. Okay, so now Hikaru. Yeah, this is his expression when he knows there's something. I've learned to read his body language a bit, the way he leans forward when he knows his opponent has made a mistake.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look. I mean, apparently this is the critical move. Now, I'm sure he knows that, because it is true that you need to eventually push this knight away. And if you don't, by the way, I would say if you did nothing, this could be a bit concerning, like a5 by white and then trying to get the b6 square. So he actually needs to do something about that. Like, if I make a random move, right, like h6, I do think that this is your idea.
Wow, and it's actually just crushing, as we say.
Yeah, it's very unpleasant. So Hikaru knows that there's no way he can allow this to happen. So that, therefore, you know, either bishop d5 or more forcing. But this move, of course, requires calculation, because you got to calculate. Knight a5, not a simple task. Because I would even say, like, look, knight a5, bishop d5. Is this so obvious?
It's anything but obvious.
Right. Well, it's definitely, you can't take it. That part is obvious.
Yeah.
Move back, and then thankfully, because of the powerful pin, like, we're still good here. But that's one thing he needs to calculate.
He's played b5, Irina.
Oh, good. Good. Let me just see, where is that on the board? Oh,
it's just under.
Oh, yeah. They already made a couple of moves. Okay. So he played b5, takes, and queen a5. All right. So yeah, king b7 in order to win a tempo. But king b7 allows queen b6. All right, that's tricky. And then you have to go king b8 and you're threatening mate. Wow. And then knight a5 and rook. Okay. I'm a
But the
little
fact that
concerned.
Hikaru is
Yeah,
thinking
is good.
indicates that, yeah.
Yes. Just think a little about this, Hikaru, because king e7 is very tempting, but it's also very scary. Okay. Oh,
He's
he didn't go
captured.
for that. Oh no. Oh no. But he'll go rook a8, right? There's still,
Yeah, the position is still good.
yeah, he's still gonna be up a pawn. There's gonna be some bishops of opposite color, yeah. Here's the thing, guys. Like this move is really hard to make because you're like giving up the check, and then like the knight gets in. I totally agree. That looks really scary. Like now you have to find that. Yeah, okay. There's a checkmate here, so they can't take with a knight and they can't take with a queen. So you win. But that's so far from obvious, right? Like, I mean, we can kind of forgive Hikaru for not wanting to just step into some completely terrible looking check on b6, right? And then letting in the knight. I mean, yeah, that was some real calculation and intuition also required to kind of guess that this was the right direction. So Hikaru goes for this, and Levon, being faced with a threat of mate, goes there. Okay. So the question is, how good is Hikaru's position?
Yeah, I mean, it is opposite color bishops, but it is an extra pawn. The white king is also not super safe. Still, I would love it if we could establish our bishop on e5 without d4 ever being possible, something like that.
Yeah. Problem is they're gonna go there right now and threaten the fork.
Yeah.
Or I mean the pin or the skewer. Let me go through my catalog of tactics there. That's the only issue. Yeah, Fiona, if we can get this bishop there,
okay, can we threaten? No, I'm not in time. I wanted to play rook a7. But
yeah. So okay, Hikaru is gonna need to turn on his like blitz skills here, because objectively we lost a big part of our advantage.
The problem is this position it's easier to play now for Levon than it was earlier, but still, I always feel, you know, with the time ticking down, and we've seen so many mistakes happen. So I'm still optimistic, Irina.
Yeah. Okay, good. We need your optimism right now.
Yeah, and we need to move the rook away from a8, but where do we move it to?
Yeah, I feel like we're gonna be getting the beads jokes forever now, Fiona. I feel like actually in the last month, don't you feel like some things have come into the chess world, like expressions that will just never disappear, right? Like I don't think we've ever had that happen in such a short time.
It's incredible. Right? I mean, I follow this page. I think it's an English page, so it probably won't ring a ring to you, but it's called Sport Bible, and they also have Lad Bible, and I follow them on Twitter and on Facebook. I don't even follow them, but I just today I opened Facebook, and the first thing I saw was, I even made a screenshot of it. The first thing I saw was the Sport Bible article, and it just said, it has this picture of Hans, and it's just the headline is, Chess Grandmaster denies using anal beads to beat world #1 Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, and that's the thing. No one ever accused him of using anal beads, right? Like this is where when it's getting out into the press, it's becoming sensationalist. No, I mean, this is just like total speculation. Like no one has ever actually said that was the mechanism by which this was being done, but it sounds the best, right? Because it's like that's
I think Eric Hansen joked about it on stream the day, like the very first day. I think someone in his chat said it and he picked it up, but it got completely. I mean, I don't think Eric had any idea at the time of the monster he created, you know?
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. But the point is that there was nothing official about that, right? There was no statement from Magnus or from Hans or from the organizers. This is all, but yet it made its way into the press as well. This is the actual storyline.
It didn't help that Elon Musk tweeted about it, of course.
Yeah. Okay, guys. The reason I haven't said anything is because I'm very proud of Hikaru here. Look at this, Fiona. I didn't want to say anything, but I did notice that our boy Hikaru sagged the exchange. And this is a very interesting approach. The computer might not think that it's that strong, but I totally see his concept. I mean, well, it's very simple. He wants the bishop there, he wants the pawn there, and he wants to mate him, and he wants to use the king to support the bishop. So, I mean, there's definitely an idea. That. Yeah. And of course, like, let's see, like, let's say they go rook e4. I mean, we're going to go king d5, I think, you know, king d5. Oh, no, we're not. We're going to go there and win the rook. Oh, cool. Yeah, because, you know.
But let's hope Levon goes rook e4.
Yeah, there's these things called deflection tactics that I forgot about. So that's one reason they can't move the rook. So, like, look, this is difficult. Like, what? This is the best move to stop rook a1, and after, like, king in, I mean, then you go there. Does that make any sense at all? I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, what if
Why couldn't we go bishop d4 after king b1?
Yeah, you can also go bishop d4, but maybe there's rook c1. Wait, rook c1, king d5, king c2? Is that what it's about? It is. Wow. It's actually about, like, escaping with the king like that. Okay, but this is hard stuff, right? Okay, hold on. They've made some moves. I know I'm a little behind. So he goes king c2. Apparently not a great move. Yeah, well, this king b1 move is just kind of very difficult. Rook a2. This is good. This is all good. This is all good for us, guys. And
very good.
Yeah. Now, apparently, we got to find, hold on, this is an important moment. And Karu is thinking. We got to find king d6, which for some reason is.
But d4 is a threat. Yeah, so we just need to figure out why is king d6 stronger. But he found it.
Good. Rookie, there's something about it. I don't know why you wanted the king there. But I mean, you can't really go there because of rook d8, right? So, oh, maybe you can even play king d7. And then bishop d4 is the idea. So what's going on in that rook endgame? King d7, rook c5, king e8, rook there, rook there, rook there. We're better. Winning all their pawns. I actually think king d7 is very doable for Hikaru to find. Because, I mean, he knows he wants to play bishop d4.
Also, the fact that he played king d6.
Right. So king d7, what if they go back to e4? That's an issue.
Oh.
I don't understand why the computer engine is so bad at chess, Fiona. It's like, you know, it makes it sound like king d7 is good. And then when I'm like, oh, but how about this one? It's like, oh yeah, I changed my mind. It's totally not that.
It's just like, sorry, Irina, you were right.
Yeah, I mean, just I would like it to be a little more helpful in the analysis. So I don't know. He is thinking here. So actually, king d7, there is rook e4 stopping bishop d4. Okay, what did he do? He just did something. He took a pawn. Okay, that's fine. I guess on this move, that, and he's again offering some kind of a rook endgame that's pretty good for him. All right, well, you know, we gotta send him our energy, guys. Can we spam this prime or?
Not quite, but if you have a prime, don't let it go to waste. Use your prime to get Levon. Use your prime to get Levon low on time. Spam this flower to send Hikaru power. You guys know the deal. Thank you, Lipigatron, for the prime. Thank you so much. Thank you, Björn, for the prime. Remember, you get to subscribe to one channel for free every month. And we need that power, and we need it now. Hikaru under 3 minutes.
Yeah, apparently this was a good move by Levon. He's trying to get this pawn.
Spam this prime so beads shine. I don't know about that one.
Yeah.
Look at all those primes. Thank you guys for the support. Very much appreciated.
Oh, wow. You see, my random comment was useful, yeah?
Yeah, it was very useful. Okay, so what's going on?
All right.
Spam this beat to get Hikaru in the lead.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ryan. Okay, so let's see what's happening now. Rook c3. The
Doesn't
hype
like his time
train. Let's
situation.
go. Do you know what the hype train is?
The hype train? No, no.
Yeah. It's
I don't know.
underway. Look, we're already on level 2. Do you see the chat?
Oh, yeah, yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Very cool.
We need to get to
So
level
where do
5.
we get to on that train? Where's the train taking us?
Always up a level. Choo choo, the choo choo train, the hype train. The more people
Hikaru is
subscribe,
thinking.
the
Yeah, I
more we
guess
go up.
I'm a little nervous here, Fiona, because he's thinking he doesn't have a great time situation. So he feels like he kind of spoiled it. But like, I don't know, Bishop A3. No, don't take a draw, Hikaru. Maybe trap that rook in. You're still better. Just play this. You can do this, Hikaru. I mean, I know it's not easy. But the rook is trapped. So you can probably gamble a bit. Come on.
I think if he feels that there's still something, but yeah, I agree with you. From the camera, it looks like
he doesn't look happy, but he took the pawn. He didn't go for the draw.
That's
All
good.
All right. He's
guys,
trying.
level 3, let's go. Thank you for all the subs. Very much appreciate you guys.
B4.
And the support.
Okay. Ooh, but D4, is that a problem? D4, because bishop takes, rook takes. Okay, he went D4, king D7, right? Okay, we really need him to get a bit lucky. He's definitely taken a risk for our entertainment, guys. So I appreciate that. It's not much of a risk, I think. I mean, you know, he is going to get that pawn, and
yeah, practically speaking,
yeah,
like
there's always some risk as this pawn is sort of going, right? And I don't know, rook h7, like what's going on here? King, maybe king up. How about bring up the activate the king? Yeah, I like that. I think Hikaru can do that. Okay. Hikaru, we know you're really good when there's not a lot of time, so just don't panic. Right. Bring up.
Sorry, I was sidetracked by the chat. Chat is doing their worst, aka their best. So yeah, the king c6 is looking. I mean, anything can still happen. The engine, of course, at this point is telling us 0 zeros, but I would rather play black here. What about you?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I do feel like it's easier for black to play for sure. Well, the rook isn't great. Okay, what's going on here? Why is this king improving? Is that supposed to happen? Rook e1. Okay, wow. This point, I'm not so sure. Well, he's going to give up the g7 pawn to get
but he's going to pick up f3.
Okay. At least the king is active. That's extremely important.
He'll pick up d4 as well, no? Not so clear at all.
Okay, so he's 2 wins down. Somehow he hasn't been able to get Aronian to spam this goat to help Hickey put on his coat. Yeah. Spam this goat.
The goat is very cute, actually.
Yeah, it's very nice.
So let's
spam this goat to help Hikaru promote. Yes, that was it. Because we got pawns, guys, that we need to promote. Okay, so just spam the goat.
Beats this flower to make Hikaru show class. I don't get it.
Show this glass. I think show this flower to make. No, I think it was like. I thought it was like show the glass to make Hikaru show some class.
I think like we're missing the joke, because wandering bishop is funny, and I think we're just missing the joke. So, oh well, it happens.
All right. The good news is that Aronian is thinking, like he's deep in thought, and that's important because this is not like a super critical moment. Like he's probably going to wind up taking the pawn, but it's good that he's like thinking here.
Oh, beat the... Okay, I can't even say that out loud. Sorry. Okay. Okay, back to the game. Yeah, Levon has really gone into the.
All right,
I
so
got
Levon's
it
played a
now.
move. We don't have the move yet on the board, do we?
No.
Let me just refresh just to make sure I got this. Okay, yeah,
So
we don't have
let's
a move
see.
from him, but I know something's on the board, so we need to see that.
Yeah, Levon has picked up G7. Hikaru's rook has made its way to H3. Oh, there we go.
Okay, okay. So the last couple of moves were rook G7, rook E3, takes. There. Okay. Well, I mean, Hikaru could have also picked up this pawn, but all right. I mean, I guess he's threatening bishop
Yeah.
here, B2, something like that. Yeah, rook D7 is a bit annoying because then we can't move our king. That is a little bit of a problem. I don't know how he's going to get around that one. That seems to be the easiest move for white, but now Aronian's under a minute.
Under a minute,
So this
yeah.
is going to be, yeah, an exciting finish. All right, rook D7. How do we make progress, Fiona? I mean, I don't know because we can't move our rook. Okay, he didn't do that. So king C4. At least this one, like we're able to move our pieces more freely. I do like that more. I don't know, bishop A3 or something seems kind of,
I like bishop A3.
yeah, kind of an obvious move.
Mhm.
Hikaru is he still thinking? He's still not so happy. I don't, yeah, well, I understand. Bishop
I
D,
think Hikaru feels like he knows that he was probably better at some point, and
yeah.
he's just. But it isn't over.
Yeah, the problem is he sees the draw, right? Bishop
Yeah.
A3, rook B1, B2, and white will sack for the bishop and pawn, and that's going to be a draw. What can you do though? What can you do? Right? So we know these are the moves: bishop A3, rook B1 on the board, and Hikaru shaking his head. I mean, he tried so hard in this game. No, and he feels like he probably has to go B2, and he's getting down on the clock.
What is this move,
it.
rook C3? I don't get it. What if?
Yeah, he's not going to play it. You're going to see. He's going to play B2.
Yeah.
Because yeah, that's the look of someone who has given up on winning. Yeah. And here we are in this end game after white sacked. And he's not going to be able to win this. I mean, these doubled F pawns are not going anywhere. We would have to see a total miracle, which I don't think we're going to see. Levon Aronian forget how to play the Philidor position, or I guess he can try a little bit.
Yeah, I think he will try, but even as he said, from the body language and Levon, he knows his stuff. Thank you, Karik and Miss Denise, and for all the prime. Let's go. 2.5, of course, out of 3 today is still going to be a great result, but we were very close to the perfect 3 out of 3.
I think Hikaru just played really well. Just the quality of his chess was good today.
Absolutely. I mean, all the games were exciting. He took some risk. I think especially in the first game, and then the first game sort of paved the way for the rest of the day.
Yeah, oh man, poor Gary. He loses again. Did he get any points today?
No.
Yeah. Well, I can't coach everyone. What can I say, right, Fiona?
Yeah, if only Gary had a Twitch channel and he hired you, things would be very different. Jaren, thank you so much for the 41 months. Big shout out, of course, to Jaren, who is, the man. I don't think he needs an introduction. He does so much for Hikaru's channel, but among other things, he's producing this show right now, so...
Wow, but we do have an amazing result, which is that Svidler beat Fabi. Now, Svidler has not been having a good tournament himself, but he manages to win. Nepo loses, as we talked about, and it looks like Faruja is going to win. Let's go take a look at his game. Wait, no, let me find it. I think I went into the wrong place. That was the wrong round. Fallujah is right here. Dominguez, Fallujah. So Dominguez is down some pawns and king, I don't know, where should this king go? Okay, but the rook is still holding the c pawn. G pawn can't go anywhere yet. Maybe there's a
Yeah,
chance.
yeah, this was, I
Draw.
think it was a lot more. Alireza must
Maybe
have.
check, take a pawn. Maybe he can make a draw. Yeah, like this. Take the pawn. Yeah, I think this is a draw. That's it. He's coming back down for it. And then he will promote his F pawn, which is a big deal. I'm kind of happy to see someone hold Fallujah back a little bit, right? Just to make the tournament more competitive.
I didn't even realize that Shahryar Mamedyarov, by beating Nepo, had taken the lead himself.
Yeah. No, it's been super exciting. It's like Fallujah took the lead by beating Nepo directly. And then Mamedyarov takes the lead. Well, actually, by beating Nepo again, but it's important, yeah, that Fallujah that draws for Mamedyarov to have the lead, yeah.
Yeah, and we see, as we were talking, the game between Levon and Hikaru ended in a draw. Maybe we can quickly click through the last moves, although we didn't miss much. And the game between Alireza and Lenia Dominguez also ends in a draw, as we see also the head shake from Alireza, who was winning earlier in the game.
Yeah, this wasn't too difficult for Levon to draw. Okay. So really the key point in this game was a moment. I mean, I do think that Hikaru's exchange sack was kind of interesting for sure. I think he definitely tried to win, but the key point was a little bit earlier when surprisingly trading the queens was not the best option. And Black had this very paradoxical move, King B7. So the idea is, well, if they take, you take, their knight has to go all the way to A3, and you're simply just a lot better in that endgame. I mean, you have the two bishops, you have space, you have open files. And of course, why we wouldn't want to go there is because of this check, which seems really dangerous. And after King C8, you're still threatening mate. You're still threatening the knight. Well, the knight could go to A3 or A5. Those are the two options. And in fact, you got to cover them both, really, because, you know, you can't just overlook ideas. Like Black's king is in a precarious spot, but apparently we can go here, block out their bishop, threaten bishop A3, and, you know, we're just better here. And if they go there, we have an even more spectacular move, pinning the knight. And because of this ever-present mate on A1, you just can't do anything to our bishop. So it was quite beautiful, but unfortunately difficult, right? It's really goes against our instincts to put our king into such danger.
Yeah, so, I'm sure we'll ask Hikaru about it. In fact, I believe Hikaru is getting ready to be interviewed on the official show in St. Louis, so we will switch to that when Hikaru comes on, and hopefully he will join us after that as well. And Irina can ask him some questions and give him some final tips.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Tomorrow's last day.
I gotta do more to get myself fired, you know, try to teach him more chess today. So let's take a look. How did Wesley So beat Gary?
Oh, we want to, by the way, we'll have a look at that later, because we're going to switch to the official show where we will listen to Shahryar Mamedyarov first.
Be much better after 5 moves of play. It definitely felt it was the case in this game between yourself and Nepo. Take us through the game.
Okay, I mean, first of all, I want to say Leon is absolutely right because I played here in 4 games and I won all 4 games with black. I mean, I played in with white not very good. I mean, just 50%, but I with black. And really every game in with black. I mean, against Alireza yesterday, today against Jan, I think against Hikaru, and after move 5 every time I got -3.
Why do you feel that's the case?
Yeah, it's just I think also same for me. When I played with white against Fabiana, I just got very bad position from openings because normally we think like classical chess. We need to get advantage. We need to play for win.
With
but,
white.
Yeah, with white, of course, you need to play for active win. But for this reason, it's absolutely different. I mean, in this chess, you need to play just good moves. I mean, normal moves, not try to win in few moves, because it's absolutely another strategical level. He played very well this 90-60, but. For me, it's absolutely different. Again, I don't know absolutely good rules how to do castle. Sometimes I see when arbiter is near me, I watch his ace. I can do it or not. You see,
Is he nodding his head?
Yeah. But against Hikaru, I don't know if I will play is wrong. He will say play with king, and he's play king. I need to resign. But I don't know it's for sure, not 100%, because it was one very funny. Historic. I played in Mainz in 960. I was in leading in tournament. In last game I played against Grishuk, but all piece it was same in classical chess. Only rook in a1 in knight b1 is different. Knight a1 and rook b1.
And rook b1.
Yeah, and I tried to play d4. It's d5, c4, c6, knight f3, e6. e3, f5. I mean, he played classical chess, and I tried to b3, bishop b2, bishop a3, change this bishop. Yes. He b3, he played queen e7, defense. I played bishop b2, queen c1, bishop a3. I mean, I just play bishop a3, and he taking my bishop, and I see not in knight in b1 and rook, and I resign in my most important game in my 90-60 because it was I was in first place. It was draw for me. It's okay for first place, and I lose this game in 8 moves. I mean, sometimes we forget about.
Let's talk about this position particularly because we saw it on the camera and it felt like you are enjoying yourself at this point. Were you feeling that way?
Normally,
as well,
we all resign in these positions, of course, but
especially when he played
little bit. I am very tired. Yeah, he take rook f4. I start to calculate e1 queen. Maybe bishop d7. He tried to play check, one more check. Okay, I will take king, and I like them. Okay, I am a little bit tired, and I want to go restaurant.
Like queen d4.
Yeah, I think it's better e1 knight. Yeah, it's just to win with check. But of course, I remember this very famous game against Hikaru in Paris. He played g1 knight and he lose me. It inside to g1 queen. Yeah, I mean sometimes it can be very bad. I mean you can play very nice. You want to play just easy move, but after you see it's very bad.
But now the king cannot hide.
Now is king c1 knight d3 is made. King c2 rook e2. Yeah. King d3, queen d2.
Very nice.
Yeah, it's made. It's like
Shaq, congratulations. Brilliant day at the office for you. We're looking forward to see you in the last day.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Actually, thank you very much, Shaq. Very, very nice. 3-0, but what games too, Anastasia? I mean, he was really, really entertaining, especially this final round game against Nepo, and here we are.
Yes, and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov now tie for the first place together with Alireza Firouzja.
Wow, the leadership keeps changing, but Jan is in clear third with 4. Bobby, 3.5. Hikaru climbing back. He had a much, much better day than he did in the first day with a group at 3.5. But I tell you, our golden boy, Alireza, is going to leave St. Louis with good money, good memories, and a lot of cash.
And good mood for sure.
And good mood. And speaking of which, he is with Christian.
Alireza, congratulations. Good day for you at the office. This was, in my opinion, and in our opinion, the key matchup between you and Nepo, who was just having a brilliant event after that point. And we got this position. It felt like it's just going to end in a draw. Right. But you are still putting more and more pressure. Did you feel like you have good chances here?
Yeah, no, but of course, if he keeps my double pawns, it's just draw. He miscalculated something after rook f2. Yeah, rook d8, just king h7. It's just rook h5, king g6, rook d6, rook f6 here.
Ah, rook to f6.
Yeah, to keep the double pawn, and I don't have realistic chance
Or
here.
if you go here,
Yeah, rook f2.
now perhaps you can
Yeah,
trade
king
it off.
f6. But now my rook is on
The rook is on h5.
Yeah.
So now if you take with the pawn, probably, or even worse
Yeah.
at this point.
Yeah, and then rook takes, king g6. Okay, I could play this, but this is just draw.
2 versus 2, but the pawns
Yeah.
are still doubled.
So yeah, it was okay. He messed up something here. It still should be draw, but yeah, now I have good chances because I don't have double pawns. So and yeah.
When did you feel he made the final
Yeah,
mistake?
I think still okay. I think maybe king e8. Rook a3 is already a mistake.
Rook a3 seems
Yeah,
to
I
be-
should start with check, of course. Yeah, and then I made mistake. Rook a5 check. Yeah, king e8, of course. Should be winning. Should
Instead
be
of king
draw.
g8.
Yeah, but king
But
f.
still, the game is not over yet, right?
Yeah, yeah, it's rook e5. Yeah, it's very important.
Only move, king to f4 and rook
But
to
then
e7,
rook e7,
right?
yeah.
Absolutely.
But still, I think it's draw. No, king g8 after rook f7, king g8, king e3. I think.
Doesn't look like draw anymore.
I think it is draw here. If rook, let's say rook. Okay, no, e6. Rook
to
c5.
a1, yeah?
No, rook c5.
But then rook takes a7.
Rook f5, king e4, rook f6. Okay, my king is already on e4.
Yeah.
Okay.
This endgame is just winning for you.
But
king
it's
e5.
not. Yeah, maybe instead of rook c5, just to keep, maybe, yeah? Because the 2 versus 1 is draw, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So.
This one, yes.
Yes.
2 versus 1 is going to be a draw if
So
you
I
manage
don't
to
know if
cover.
computer is maybe over exaggerating here.
But how do we exchange this pawn is the question.
Yeah,
right?
let's say rook a1. How could I break?
Let's say rook e7.
King f8. Yeah, check.
Get the king in.
Yeah, okay, let's say rook a5. I couldn't see how to break here.
Okay. You still have to.
Let's say rook a1.
Let's get.
Rook f7, king g8.
Yeah, there's not a clear path.
Yeah,
right?
rook c7 and king d5, he says. Okay, it should be winning, yeah. Rook a5, king c. No, rook a5, king e6, yeah.
Yeah. So you have to go king d, rook d1.
Yeah,
And then you just
king
go to
c6.
c6. Mm.
And then king goes to b8. Yeah, okay.
Some study like victory, but still a
Right.
huge victory.
Yeah, of
for
course, king g8 was a mistake. King e8 was draw, yeah. So.
You. We're seeing you all the time. Well, actually, we're seeing other players cooperating with their teammates, let's say. We haven't seen you with anybody. How do you analyze these positions when you get those 10 minutes? before
Yeah, I
round?
don't think it's very important. It's very complicated. I don't think even they sit for 40 minutes, they cannot find the best moves because the chess that we are playing, we are analyzing for 1,000 years. It's not even clear what to do first move. So I think it's kind of just for fun they are doing. So, but in general, I like to concentrate before the game. So, but okay, everybody has a different approach.
You just like a quiet mental space
Yeah.
and relax before the game.
It's a bit strange for me because we are competitors and they are talking together. It's a bit weird for me, but okay, maybe it's not very important for them, this tournament. I don't know what is the case, but okay.
Is it important for you? Is it a big event for you?
Yeah, any tournament I play, I like to play my best, so otherwise I would not compete. So, yeah, I think I played decent here, but until here, but I'm very disappointed with the last game. So, but okay, still it's fine.
There was a miss, but at the same time, you also pressured all the way until the end. Alireza, always competitive, always a pleasure to see you play, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Our congratulations as well, Alireza. I mean, I absolutely
They're
agree with
still
him. If you're going
analyzing.
to play your best. And what do players do after they finish a game?
Gary, come
Some
for an
players go
interview.
to eat.
Some players have to
keep
play
analyzing.
a post-mortem.
Yes.
This looks like the Wesley So game
Yes,
that he
they keep
played with
analyzing.
Gary.
It's really nice to
And
see.
it's nice to see. I used to love these postmortems. Today, it's like the players are asked by the organizers to come and give a comment to the media or something. But now we don't see these postmortems as much. But we have another player who had a good day.
Great. Yes, we have Hikaru.
Hikaru, congratulations, 2.5 out of 3. A very good bounce back day after yesterday's, let's say, tumultuous day. Did you feel that way as well?
Yeah, I mean, I did what I did last time I was here 2 weeks ago. Pretty much started off playing terrible chess, and then I found a way to recover in the Blitz after a very poor rapid portion. I mean, this event obviously is a lot shorter. It's only 3 days. But yesterday was terrible. I mean, I lost 2 games that I shouldn't have lost. I felt like I was overpressing a little bit too much in both those. Well, maybe not the Jan game, but I mean, at least in the first game for sure, I just completely overpressed it, and I lost the game to Shakrar. But then today, I mean, I kind of played something that I think was dubious against Lenny in this first game, this whole E4 95 thing, and I think he probably could have played something better. And I mean, I suspect that I was in trouble, but I mean, it's very hard because, like, I don't know whether, I mean, I feel like there generally are 2 approaches. Either you try to be like very solid and play symmetrical, or you try to be very creative and do something different. And I feel like I basically decided, you know what, I don't want to play a normal game. It's going to be chaotic, and hopefully I'm not just losing in the complications. But like in this first game, I think I was just losing. I thought this D5 was very strong. Yeah, and then for some reason he didn't go knight d2 and f4, of course. Yeah, white's just much better. Yeah, he didn't do this. I mean, I saw this during the game, and I thought, I'm just getting...
And this basically forces you keeping the knight on f1.
Yeah, I mean, I play e3, e3... Well, okay, this just loses.
There's no knight e3 anymore.
Yeah. But I mean, e3, f4 is what I was going to play, but it's still, it looks horrible. I don't know. I mean, it's only 0.5 or 0.9?
0.9.
Wow,
only with only moves, basically.
No, I mean, I was going to do this, but it looks ridiculous. I mean, it looks so stupid. Okay, it's only, wow, it's not actually just losing the way I thought. So, like, I thought it was probably very bad, but I played it anyway. And then Lenier, I mean, I guess this is where I say it's good that I don't play chess professionally anymore, because I feel like Lenier, if I had to say one thing about him, I feel like in the last couple of years in particular, he's trying to be too solid. Like, you've seen it here in many events. Like, you saw it in the Sinkfield Cup. There were a couple positions. He had great positions, and he tried to simplify. In the Blitz against me, he tried to simplify when he was completely winning for no reason. And in this game also, he tried to simplify, like even here, like knight d5. Well, first of all, go back 1 move. So I gambled here, because after queen c1 I takes, I wasn't sure whether I should take or not, because basically his knight b5 here, and I think I'm again, this is winning, of course, yeah. Yeah, so like I kind of like I was using the meta against him based on what I've seen in recent times, because I just assumed, okay, if he finds knight b5, fine, but if he doesn't play knight b5 and he plays the automatic capture, which I kind of thought he might do based on what he's done recently, then I'm back in the game, and then later he played this bishop d4 move, which was just, I mean, horrible.
So that was the strategy from the beginning. Take some risks and basically base your decisions on the fact that he's a bit reluctant to take extra risks.
Yeah, you've just seen it in a lot of events recently where he's looking for the simplification, even when he's pressing or potentially outright winning. And so I just thought I'll do it. I mean, the tournament's going terribly, so
Did you feel like you're in a must-win situation in the first couple of games?
I mean, I wasn't looking at must-win. You just don't want to lose every game. Because, I mean, the thing that's annoying is, so last year when I played the 960, it was very similar. First game, I played Shakrar also, and I think we reached some endgame where I could have forced a draw on Bishops of Opposite Color endgame. Instead, I blundered and lost that. Then I think I lost in like 10 moves or something to Shanklin in the second game, and then I think I lost to Lenny in the third game of the day. So like after that experience last year, I mean, I just kind of didn't want to do the same thing, and so I was just kind of playing. I'm not thinking about first place. That's like, if it happens, it happens. But that wasn't my thought, at least at the start of the day. But then I mean, the second game I thought was very, very good. I got a nice big advantage from the very start.
And that was against
Peter, yeah.
Peter. Oh, yes.
Yeah, I mean, but this was also very funny. So like, it's very funny because Peter and Gary analyzing. And, like, when you make a move and your opponent doesn't move right away, sometimes you just get up, go look at the screen to see what other players have done. And it was funny because I saw that Shakrar had also played knight g3 against Gary on another board. And both of them were thinking for, like, 5 minutes, I think, on move one, which was pretty funny. And then, of course, Gary also just got blown away out of the opening, too, in this game against Shaq. And my game, of course, I think felt very pleasant, although I thought there might have been a computer line. If you go to this position...
How are you analyzing these positions for those 10 minutes before the round?
I'm not analyzing.
Were you looking at it? Were you analyzing? With
No. I just don't. I don't want to waste my energy analyzing. I figure I'm just going to look at it for 5 minutes and intuitively try to pick what I think is the best move.
One move.
And I think I've done a pretty good job, actually, for the most part. I mean, this last game was the only one where I was really kind of confused.
That was the game.
Yeah, this game against Levon. It's the only one where I really was very unsure like I didn't have any real idea what I was supposed to play for from the very start. It seemed kind of weird.
What were the pieces that you were focusing on improving early on?
Well, I mean, there's this thing that I spoke about it. I spoke about it on my recap yesterday, and I've spoken about it recently. So I had this something similar to this against Magnus when I played him in Norway 2018, where he was the queen on A1 and the rook on B1. And I remember when we looked at the engines at the time, they liked playing like some of these early A4, some of these early B4. So it's like the one thing is when you have the queen, the rook in the corner like this, sometimes you push. Now, obviously, I don't remember what the other pieces were, but I remember that was something of a theme. So that was the one thing that I thought was maybe you push one of those pawns early, but
B3 or
yeah, B3 or B4 or something like that. I don't know. I mean, probably not here, but it's just one of those things that I thought maybe there was something like that. But in general, I just wasn't sure what I was doing in this game after F3. Yeah, I played F6, and I saw Alireza played knight E7 instead of F6, which was also kind of interesting. But yeah, and then I was very sad that he took on D5 because I was really hoping that Levon would play D5, Bishop B5. This is what I was hoping he'd do. But then after D4, wow, this is actually just winning. I mean, I thought the exchange attack was very interesting, but wow, minus 1.4.
We're back and we're delighted to be joined by the man himself, Hikaru. Welcome and congratulations. Today, 2.5 out of 3. Well, we were literally just watching your other interview, but tell us once again, how do you feel after this really good day 2?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously nice to play some good chess after playing terribly yesterday. So I'm pretty happy. I mean, again, this day could have gone either way. First game really played a lot in terms of how the day went. I mean, I could have probably lost this first game against Lenny, and then who knows what happens. I'd have a pretty. I would not have had a good day, but I found a way to win that one, and then I won a nice game against Peter Svidler in the second game, and then this Levon game also probably I was winning, but couldn't quite figure it out. So it's a little bit of a pity that it was a draw, but overall, I'm very happy with my play today.
Hey, Hikaru, did you suspect that maybe King B7 was a possible move here?
Yeah, I mean, of course, I thought, I thought that it was a possibility, but it just somehow the problem is if I'm wrong, I'm just going to lose there. And again, I have to be absolutely precise with this in order to be winning. And I thought the end game also was very good. Like somehow it felt like the end game, I had no chances to lose. I'm better. And why do I want to go into this if I'm wrong? So that's what it felt like. But, you know, at the end of the day, Levon, to his credit, he found a lot of really good moves. I mean, again, I knew after Rook D3 there was no way I could lose, but he just found a lot of really good moves, and apparently it's just a draw. So, I mean, that's how it goes.
Yeah, today just seemed like a much better day for you. I mean, you played a couple of really nice games, and like we could definitely feel that you had like an aggressive approach, and you weren't just trying to play symmetrical positions, and you took some risk, and it paid off.
Yeah, I mean, again, I felt that after yesterday, I mean, it can't really be any worse. I mean, let's be honest. There's just no way. There's no way that it can be any worse than I played yesterday. So basically, yeah, I just tried to go in with a sort of a fresh mind, keep a clear head, and again, after last year, I can't really do any worse than I did last year because last year I think I lost the first 3 games on the first day, and it just was not even an enjoyable event, but. I just want to play good chess, and I think I did that today. So at least I have some chance at a decent result tomorrow.
Today, the first game against Linier, it looked like you took some very conscious risk, or at least you played some quite double-edged chess. Was that a conscious decision going into the game? Yeah,
I mean, you know, I think at the end of the day, there are a couple of things that you really have to decide, I think, at the start, depending on position, of course. But are you going to be like very boring and play symmetrical and do something where you try to just mirror your opponent, in which case the positions tend to be not very interesting? Or do you want to do something a little bit different, which is more creative and perhaps doesn't follow the normal rules as much? And there's a third possibility, which is you just try to castle as fast as possible, which is what Alireza has been doing, I feel like, this whole tournament. Try to castle, get to normal position, and then you just play normal chess. So those are really the three possibilities I think that you have from the start from the get-go. And I think yesterday and today I've very much been trying to just get unusual positions and try to just outplay my opponents. Now, of course, yesterday I had this horrible game against Jan where I just lost and like move 5 in the opening. But you know, it's that's been my strategy throughout. And today, at least, it seemed to work pretty well.
Hikaru, we wanted to share with you an interesting idea that the computer was offering up in your game against Linears, because speaking of creative chess, there was a possibility to kind of go mix up this English opening with a Benko Gambit style. It was kind of surprising, like literally just.
Yeah, but okay, pawn take. It's funny though, but pawn takes pawn.
Yeah, pawn takes pawn and just playing like this kind of position.
Wow. No, I think I saw some iteration of this, like maybe if he didn't play d4, there was some line where I considered some b5 with like a knight going to f4. But yeah, I think because I played knight g6 here, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
and then he played d4. Yeah, because I think briefly when I was looking, I thought like knight g6. I think I thought he played something like e3 there for like a half a second. I thought maybe instead of d4, if white goes to e3, I could play like b5, and then takes and knight h4, something like this. So for like a split second, I considered something along these lines. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the thing about playing chess 960 is that it really does make the best chess players look like complete idiots. In a very special kind of way, because you see without the theory, without the prep, we're all just really quite poor at this game that we pretend to be experts at. So it's always interesting. And then also, I mean, you basically just hope that you don't blunder in the opening. You get to something where you can try to play normally, but it's always a challenge.
What do you make of the results of people around you? Do you have time to keep track? You know, we saw you pop into the chat in between games. You also look at what's going on elsewhere.
I mean, normally I feel like since I'm just not in the mood to analyze, frankly, before the games, I'm just like, I don't have the energy and I'm just not all that enthused. Since I'm not actually analyzing before the game, somehow I feel like I'm always getting something different than what everyone has looked at, because like this game against Peter was an example. And I said this in the other interview where basically the two players who are just like sitting on their own, just like looking at a sheet of paper for 10 minutes and not really analyzing, are Ali Reza and myself. And because I played knight g3 on move 1 against Peter, he started thinking for like 5 minutes. And so you have time to get up and look at the screen, see what everybody else is doing. And I noticed that Gary is the same situation where Shaq also played knight g3, and then Gary's just thinking. I just feel like if you predict it correctly, like for example, my game against Jan, then sure, it pays a lot of dividends. But I feel like most of the time, no matter what you look at, by like move 3 or 4, you're going to be on your own. So for me, I just feel like it's a little bit counterproductive. I feel like it's one of those things where if you're looking at other players, there's a sort of bias, and everyone starts looking at the exact same way. And so for me at least, I don't want to really do that.
One of my favorite moves of today, Hikaru, was this move that you played, knight e4. It's a nice prophylactic move, right? Because you were probably trying to deal with that idea.
Well, so basically what I was trying to figure out here was I thought, wait a second. So first of all, Peter's blundered because he put the knight on f6. So black cannot play f5. So I felt intuitively something's got to be a little bit wrong here, because again, he made the mistake of bringing the wrong knight out. And I was trying to figure out, how do I punish it, basically. And after e6, it's like, okay, like I just thought knight f6 was a big mistake, because I feel like in general, you need to always have that opportunity where you can mirror, you can play the same pawn push if it's possible. So I thought knight f6 was just a blunder. So obviously Peter, I mean blundering on move 1 for Peter, yeah, it's rough, of course. But of course I'm not one to talk after what I did against Nepo yesterday. So it felt wrong. And then when he played e6 to play d5, I'm like, but he's taking the center, and how do I kind of develop? And so that's why I played knight e4, because the only ideas that I saw was knight e4 or somehow try to go e4. But in this position, it doesn't work, because then black will just take the pawn on f4. So, I mean, those were the only ideas I thought. And then, of course, when I go knight e4, he has problems on both the diagonals, diagonal towards a8 and the diagonal towards g7. So, yeah, I mean, this game was very nice. It just got a very, very nice position from the get-go. And yeah, it was very, very smooth sailing.
Very nice. Tomorrow, Hikaru, is the last day of the event. You're currently tied in 4th place with Fabiano and Levon. do you have like a specific goal in mind, or what's the plan for tomorrow?
I mean, I don't have a goal in mind per se. I just want to play good chess. I mean, it's not a situation where, I mean, you really don't know what's going to happen. I mean, it's impossible to really think you're a favorite or expect to win, because again, you play one, it's very easy to just in 1 or 2 games get a terrible position out of the opening and just get blown away. So you can't really have big expectations. So I just want to play good chess, and I did today. Again, tomorrow is a big day. Final 3 rounds. I think I play Ali Reza and then Fabiano and Wesley, I believe. Those are the guys I haven't played, I think. So, you know,
the guy named Ferrugia in the last round.
Yeah, I have to say, like, I haven't looked at the pairings at all. That's the great thing about 960 is nothing matters. I mean, you just show up and I don't know the pairings. I don't know the colors. I just, when I get there, and that's that. And then every round they set up, when they reset the boards and you see who you're playing, it's like, okay, that's who I'm playing. So it's very nice to not have to worry about such things. But yeah, it'll be fun. I mean, maybe if things go my way, I can maybe win. If not, I don't win. But I feel like I played well today, and that's really the only goal I have in 960 is just play good chess. And if I play good chess, I'll be happy more or less, regardless of the result.
So Hikaru, we just want you to wish you to play the same kind of creative fighting chess tomorrow as you played today.
Yeah, but I mean, to be fair, like I tried to be creative against Jan, and I ended up with a complete egg on my face. So, like, I mean, it really does cut both ways. Like that's the thing. Like today, for example, when I'm playing creative, the positions seem to be flowing. It's like it's great. It's just pure joy. I mean, I'm having a lot of fun. But then sometimes it just doesn't work. You end up with some piece on the wrong square. And you're just worse out of the opening. You're like, okay, why am I even here? Why am I playing this stupid variant? So it really goes. It cuts like both ways. It really is like a love-hate relationship for me with 960, because when it's fun like today, I mean I love it. I think it's the greatest thing in the world. But yesterday, after I lose to Jan in like 10 moves or whatever that was, you're just like, wait, what am I even doing? Like, why am I even playing this game? So it goes both ways.
Well, then we hope you play well tomorrow. You have fun. It's been great fun for us following your games today. So well done once again, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you both. Appreciate it. And thanks for doing the commentary.
Cheers. Thank you.
All right. See you guys.
Have a good one. Bye. Okay,
well. Yeah, it's true. You know what Hikaru said? Of course, when things go wrong in Fischer Random, they go really wrong. And you can lose with white. Like we just saw Nepo lose to Mamedyarov in like 10 moves or so. So yeah, there is that. But I'm still gonna stay with my wish that I think he should just stick to that strategy, because I think it works for his style. And maybe we're going to see him play in the last round for first place with Ali Reza. He's only behind by 1 point. So he definitely has chances. I think that's a realistic scenario if things go well. And if he shows today's level. So come back tomorrow, guys, to root for Hikaru and see if he can pull off another great day of chess, an inch closer to that first place.
Absolutely. As you said, only 1 point behind. He played well today. Tomorrow it will be Irina and Benjamin Bock back in the commentary seat. We are going to call it a day for now. We'll be rating a smaller Fortnite streamer, so make sure to share the love there. Thank you guys for being as welcoming as always, and we'll see you. Well, I'll see you back.
By the way, hold on. Before you go, Fiona, let me tell our audience that tomorrow you are off to Kazakhstan. First time to that country. There is a women's Grand Prix tournament there in Nur El Sultan, which I think is the new name for
the new Astana.
Oh, wow. Okay. Because I was in Astana, but you're going to Nur El Sultan. Okay.
And I just heard today that apparently they are planning to rename it back to Astana. I'm actually, I'm going to go and pack because I'm flying in not too long from now. So it's been a pleasure being here with you guys tonight. If you want to see more of me, I'll be the official commentator at the Women's Grand Prix starting on Sunday. So you can catch me then. And I'm sure I'll see you back here again very soon. Thank you so much for being so lovely as always. Irina, was a pleasure as always. I always love working with you. And good luck and have fun tomorrow.
Thank you, Fiona. Have a great trip and we will see you soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye, Chad.
Bye, guys.